But he's been huge, man. He's come in, he's made plays, he's made good defensive stops. He's active. Also, said offensively, he's given them another floor spacer, so you can't just not guard him. So, he's given you guys a multitude of things. You guys have all the right pieces to get some special things done this year with Gafford and Washington.
Insider calls are brought to you by the all-new Hyundai 2024 Santa Fe, equipped for adventure with capable features like available H-Track all-wheel drive and standard third-row seating. It is Danny Green, NBA champion and Odyssey NBA insider, joining us here on The Fan. And for Minnesota, what do you think is the biggest thing going wrong for them right now? Because it seems like Naz Reid is getting all of the quality looks and taking advantage of them. Kyle Anderson doing just the same. Jaden McDaniels has been fantastic. Mm-hmm. He's a guy that when he's hot, he can knock down pretty much every three ball he takes, and he's been fantastic for them. But for me, I just look at Anthony Edwards and Karl Anthony Towns. What's going wrong for those two?
It's just fatigue, man. Mentally, emotionally, physically, and I think it's more so on the mental side than anything. To go through that roller coaster of emotions with that Denver series and exert all that energy to beat them, and they have not been in the postseason in a long time, especially this far in the postseason. It takes a year of adjusting to that, or a year of getting used to that, and getting your butt kicked a little bit to sustain that for next year's. I mean, hopefully this will help them grow and they'll be more locked in. But it's hard to stay locked in mentally for preseason, a regular season, a postseason, let alone getting to the extra innings of it now where you're in the conference finals and finals. That takes an extra, a different type of mental fortitude to stay locked in for that time. And I think they're noticing it now. But physically as well, you can just tell they're just not the same of who they were. They're not making shots, missing some bunnies. And that, to me, is just more a sign of mental, physical, and emotional fatigue. But everybody else is playing pretty well. The others are doing what they're supposed to do. But they could do a better job of attacking, in my eyes, of making, because they're making Ant work, right? And that's why he's so tired. They're making Cat work. If they on the other end would try to make, Luka work on defense or make Kyrie work more on defense, I think those guys would get more fatigued too. But I don't think they're attacking the same way. But ultimately, I think it's just mental and physical fatigue.
Yeah, Danny, when you look at, Minnesota, obviously in this 3-0 hole, two guys who have really taken a lot of slack in this series, Karl Anthony Towns and Rudy Gobert as the big men, guys who have been credited as being good before. But when you look at Towns, he really hasn't been efficient. Obviously put up 14 points, but he's 0 for 8 from the three-point line. Do you see that he needs to make some kind of adjustment and attack more towards the paint for this team to find success in Game 4?
Yeah, I think he did a little bit last night, getting to the basket more, drawing some fouls, getting some easy ones from the free throw line. That'll get you in more rhythm sooner if you get to the free throw line. So if he does that more, gets in the paint, he is 7 feet, roll to the basket more, but mix it up. I mean, you still got to take your shots. You got to take your time, make them. That's the only difference, right? I mean, he said that sometimes they don't go down, they do. Ant is doing decent, but they allowed Dallas to score too many points, in my mind. The first two games was different. I think they lost the first two games in a total lump sum of 4 points. I think they lost game one and by 3 points, and then game two by 1. Last night they let Dallas get 117. That's a lot of points. Usually they hold their opponents under 100, and they usually score 108. I think Dallas scored 108 the first two games, and this last time they had 117 or so. So they have to play, better defense, and I think that's better. That helps them when they play better offense. They make better decisions, shot selection. But yeah, Cat and Ant ultimately just have to find ways to get themselves back in rhythm by attacking the rim, attacking the basket, getting to the free throw line, and then taking the time and knock down shots when they come. And if they don't fall, so be it. You live with the results, but you got to stay aggressive and stay being the guys to make the plays for your team.
And Danny, you talked about how Minnesota just seems out of it here. And Anthony Edwards did say post-game that I've been through the worst, so the sky is never falling for me. And I heard Shaquille O'Neal in the post-game last night on TNT saying that, the all-time greats that people are trying to compare him to now would never say things like that. And it seems like he might be okay with losing to some extent. Guys like Penny Hardaway, if he missed that wide open look in the wing, it would be, don't talk to me on the plane. If Shaq missed a free throw that could have tied the game, don't talk to me on the plane. Do you think Minnesota's just not mentally in it right now, or is it just they're just not executing?
I think it's a little bit of both. It says the fatigue is it's a domino effect. When you're mentally fatigued, it's hard to be mentally in it, and it's hard to execute. Shaq has his opinions. People say different things, different times. I think Ant, from his other comments, seems to be positive. He thinks that they can still make history, which is good. You're never going to quit, never stop fighting. They did it in last series. I don't expect them to do it in this series. But yeah, I mean, you can criticize guys on how they approach or what they say, but for me, I like the fact that he's staying positive. He's not negative. He's not getting down on himself. He understands what's at stake here. He understands the criticism that's coming with it, and he's taking in good stride in my mind. So, but there's a lot more media. There's a lot of different things today than there was back then. You know, I don't think Penny and all those guys were getting followed every day, doing 5 or 6 different interviews, having social media, and having to read everything about themselves. You know, they did 1 or 2 interviews, said what they had to say, or kept it moving. Or sometimes they didn't even talk to the media. But ultimately, when you're in the spotlight, when you're a superstar, there's a lot of the magnifying glass is huge, and there's a lot of things coming at you in different angles. And the only way to stay positive is looking at, what, I've been through worse. I know this is not the worst of it. I know I'm gonna do better. I know I can do better, and this is not going to define me. So that's how I took it more than anything.
Danny, you look at Luka Doncic. You talked about superstar. We'll talk about one right here with Luka. He has really made some big shots in those clutch situations, and it comes to no surprise. He kind of just builds up for that moment. When you look into going forward, and if this Dallas Mavericks team, can get to the NBA Finals, do you see this trending with him still having that right knee injury, or do you see him just kind of like lacking off and putting it off to Kyrie Irving to kind of take over?
I see them continue to do what they're doing, finding ways to give each other breaks offensively. Unfortunate situation for Ant Edwards. He doesn't have that second punch where he can give the ball to somebody else to be like, go ahead, take over, make plays. So they have each other to play off of, which is great. That allows them to get a break when they're tired. When Luka's tired, Kai can go. When Kai's a little tired, Luka can go. So it's a hell of a duo. A lot of people didn't see it working out or, meshing well, and they're proving everybody wrong. They're doing exactly what they knew they can do, or what, Mark Cuban and the gang over there thought they could do by bringing Kyrie in. And, so they just got to continue to do that. Ultimately, it's going to get harder and harder each series because Boston's not going to just allow you to, take breaks and, switch off like that. They're going to attack those guys because they have so many, more weapons offensively than Minnesota does. But, yeah, this is a great duo to watch, and they figured something out, man. They got something good going, and I expect them to keep doing that, what they've been doing. And I think they'll get some rest to where some of those injuries will be able to be, I wouldn't say non-existent, but not as effective like when they play in the finals. I don't think those injuries will affect them as much if they get some time off, if they get the series done quicker than later.
Last one before we let you go, Danny. You do have Game 4 of the Eastern Conference Finals tonight, and this has been really an interesting one to follow because it feels like the Pacers could have 2 games in their back pocket by now. Obviously, the injury to Tyrese Halliburton is a major key, but they've still been getting major contributions from guys like TJ McConnell and whatnot that could put them in position to win some of these games. What's been your read on this series overall, and is this ultimately going to continue the trend in history that the 3-0 lead is going to win here?
Yeah, I think so. I think the 3-0 history thing is going to trend for sure. I think both series, each one of those teams could have a game in their pocket. I think Minnesota let one slip away for sure. Everybody talks about the foul call that was missed. Indiana for sure let 2 slip away. And those games, that's why you can't let those games slip away. Game 1 for Indiana, you can't let that slip away. You got to win that game because you're in a situation now where you're in a hole that you can't dig out of. 3-0 hole. There is a reason why this has not been broken in history because it's damn near impossible. So you got to win those games that you're supposed to win and not have turnovers or bad shots or mistakes or missed timeouts, things like that. So. I think both those teams are kind of regretting not being able to get those games that they had a chance to win, and they learn from it. And in the future, they understand why every possession matters and why you got to make sure you take care of the ball, make your free throws, call the right timeout, foul when you're supposed to foul. So yeah, ultimately they'll learn from these, but these series are over. I don't see them coming back from the 3-0 series, either one of them.
Danny, we always appreciate the time, man. Have a safe and happy holiday, and we'll catch up with you next week.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, definitely. I'll see you guys next week.
There he goes, Danny Green, right here on 105.3 The Fan. That was Odyssey NBA insider Danny Green. Insider calls are brought to you by the all-new Hyundai 2024 Santa Fe, equipped for adventure. And coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan, it's time for AM on the FM. We got the question of the day, and Travis Hunter, that's a lucky man. We'll talk about it next on The Fan.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, the entire morning family is back together again with Chop and Pepe returning from vacation. We got a lot of playoffs to talk about. It's a Tolo Tuesday on The Fan.
It's finally here, the brand new state-of-the-art Platinum Chevrolet in Terrell. It's open on the east side of the Metroplex. So what does that mean? 80,000 square feet of awesome buying power, an expanded selection. Plus, you got the same great people, the same great service. And you know what I always go back to? The same great prices. That's why my family has bought 4 cars from Platinum Chevrolet in the last 4 years, though it all started with the advice of Corey Major.
2024 Chevrolet Blazer EV, $0 down, $589 a month, and 27-month lease. First payment due at signing, all taxes and fees included. Ultra-low mileage lease, and a great way to get into EV ownership. $11,000 off a Silverado, $1,500 LT crew cabs, and you can always drive that deal. You got clear upfront pricing. The price you see online, that's the price you're going to pay. Shop online and let them deliver your new Chevrolet. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com and drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Let's drive.
I'm Bill Rowland, helping you beat the books with BetQL. The Braves got bad news over the weekend as they lost reigning MVP Ronald Acuna Jr. to a torn ACL in his left knee, but they still should have enough to take down the Nationals today in Atlanta. The Braves have gone 22-10 against the Nats over the last 2 seasons, and while the money line is a bit pricey, the run line gets you almost to even money. I'm Bill Rowland, bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL. Download the BetMGM app today.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Is switching your wireless service to Total by Verizon easy? Totalmente. Now you can get 50% off any unlimited data phone plan. That's one line for only $25 a month, and you keep the phone you love. Hurry, this is a limited time offer. So find a store or switch suavemente at totalbyverizon.com. Offer ends July 31st, 2024. Promo subject to cancellation after 12 months. Available exclusively online and in Total by Verizon stores. Requires a compatible unlocked device and SIM. See totalbyverizon.com for device compatibility and additional details. Taxes and fees may apply.
Sean Sharif here from my Tolo buddies at Mr. Electric, who are offering a free home safety check with any service. They'll check to ensure your smoke detectors are both powered and working properly. They'll inspect your electrical outlets and main breaker panel to ensure they're up to code. Any outlets close to a water source should be on a GFCI.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Advantage for everyone.
Hall of Famer Eric Nadel hangs with the Jeep Bag Nation every Friday at 5:20. Presented by the Texas Lottery on your home of the world champion Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Welcome back to 105.3 The Fan. My name is Alec Medford. I'm joined by James Tritley today in for the KNC Masterpiece. You just heard Larry Flores on the 1s and 2s. Here with you, the Turn It On, Leave It On listener. We appreciate you being and doing just that right here on a Memorial Day Monday. Happy Memorial Day to anybody who has or knows somebody who has served for our country. Appreciate each and every one of you for doing so. And we're here with you on holidays because nobody else wants to be, but the fan will be. That's why you turn it on, leave it on, man. We'll be here, and it'll be Will Chambers and Blake Elliott taking over for us at 3 o'clock, just over an hour from now. In about an hour, we will crosstalk with those two gentlemen and get you ready for the rest of your sports holiday. You do have Pacers and Celtics. The Pacers just trying to avoid the inevitable tonight, and you have the Stars trying to get another road win this postseason against the Edmonton Oilers. We're hoping that Rope Hintz will make his return to the ice for the Stars here today, as he was announced as a game-time decision by head coach Pete DeBoer. But coming up on the other side, we will transition into when G-Bag would usually be here, so we're going to steal one of their segments and do the best sports headlines at 2 right out of the gates, if you will. But right now, the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line is 877-881-1053 to answer the question of the day, because it's time for AM on the FM.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Reality can be whatever I want. Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. I see you, Larry. You're trying. Don't do it.
See Ross dancing back there, too. Ross Lubinsky in the Pimp Cup right now.
Yeah, I see a lot of people trying to touch that dial, and I don't like it. This is AM on the FM. You leave it there, please. I'm trying to prove something to the bosses that I should be around there. Okay. 877-881-1053, as well as Twitch and YouTube. We did have a technical difficulty, but we got that back up. So we are on the video stream. If you want to see our beautiful faces, where the Twitch chat has a conspiracy that me and James are related, but that's just not true.
It's like, yeah, and I was actually called evil Alec earlier, and I was like, I don't know how that came up. I thought
I would be the evil one.
I thought I was the non-evil one.
Yeah, because like you haven't done anything to earn that title yet. I think just because you're
got
new,
here.
Yeah, I think because you're new, they think you have bad intentions.
Listen, if you know me, some of them are bad.
I think I think good people can have bad intentions.
I think everybody could have. Nobody's perfect.
Yeah. So, I mean, hey. Blake Elliott, he's always trying to derail my segments on the weekends and whatnot. So
we got to deal with his stuff at the end of the show.
Yeah, we'll crosstalk with them and see how his vacation went, see how sunburnt he is. Just to give you an idea, a preview of how many questions I'm going to ask him about that. He sent me a picture while he was on vacation. He got like sunburnt on his chest.
Yeah.
And he said, look, I'm pink, just like you all the time.
Just throwing shade through text.
Yeah, like, thanks, man. Yeah. Looks like he needed some shade while he was out there, and some SPF 95.
Right.
But the question of the day today is tied into one of the headlines we're going to get into. 877-881-1053. What is the best gift you have ever received?
Ooh.
It could be a birthday gift. It could be a Christmas gift. It could be any kind of holiday gift, a graduation gift. Just what is the best gift you have ever received? And hopefully it is something physical, because it is going to relate to what we're going to talk about here with Travis Hunter, the Colorado football star, the two-way man himself, cover athlete for NCAA, as it is making its return this summer to video game consoles.
Dialed in on July 19th, everybody.
Yeah, you're not going to hear from me ever again, pretty much.
Yeah.
Except for when I'm here. Right. But yeah, won't be on Twitter, won't be on Instagram, won't be on social media. I will cease to exist on the social medias because my life is going to be dedicated to trying to take Boise State to the promised land.
That's who you're going with? You're going Boise State? That's who you're going to rebuild?
Because we have like a 25-person dynasty league already. So we pretty much just eliminated all the top-tier schools and said, have fun in the Mountain West, buddy. And yeah, so I wanted Tulane, but somebody already took it. So I just thought of, okay, what's the next ridiculous school I can think of? I thought of Boise State because of that horrendous field that they have. So, the all-blue turf. I can't see anything.
Yeah.
So I'm like, may as well play with it because, hey, if I'm going to be chaotic, may as well go all the way and say, let's get a football field where I can't even see the football.
Yeah.
Like, that must be fun. So the question of the day is, what is the best gift you have ever received? I tried to vamp to give you a little bit of time.
Right.
As a broadcasting pro, kind of, sort of.
Appreciate that.
I have my moments.
Yeah.
Do you have one off the dome, James?
When we think of best gifts out there, man, first whenever you ask that question, I thought you said gifts, like GIF.
I've got some great ones that you probably can't say on the radio. But
I don't think you could say those on the radio either. We're talking radio now, Twitch. But yes, gifts. Man, that's a tough one. I think when we look at best gifts, obviously throughout the years as we get older, as kids, we were given, all these games and toys to play. I was a big WWE kid. You and I can relate on that.
Absolutely.
Big fan of some action figures as a kid, some wrestling shirts.
I'm wearing one as we speak.
Which one do you got right now?
This is a WCW Bash at the Beach t-shirt.
Oh my gosh.
I think from 87.
Wow.
Yeah. It's not actually from 87. It's a reprint, but
Right.
the card that this is from.
That's phenomenal.
The main reason I got it is because there's a humanoid shark on the back that is surfing, and it is awesome. It's ridiculous, and it's awesome.
Yeah. I think one of my best WWE shirts that I don't wear because obviously I've grown since I last wore it. It had to have been either the Randy Orton when he became the Viper. I had one of those shirts, and then I had the Eddie Guerrero Memorial shirt.
Yeah.
That was a really good one. I wish, I say I wish I was still able to fit that, but I'm glad my body is not in the shape of a child anymore. I think when
that makes one of us.
Yeah, right. Best gift, man. I don't know. It's you said graduation gift. I think when I graduated high school, I did get a MacBook.
Whoa.
Yeah. Well, that was kind of cool. It was a cool thing, and then I ended up trading that in because of an older model when I graduated college. It took me a while to get that done. Now I've got the one that I have now, paid for that one, but yeah, no, I guess there's a lot of different gifts. I can't narrow it down to just one. The gift of I'll be this savant over here and be a little bit into the life. The gift of life. The gift of being here on the air with Alec Medford. The gift of being here at the Fan. I know maybe there's some people out there that are celebrating birthdays. I know one, Amber Syshawn, happy birthday to her, celebrating her birthday today. But, there's so many gifts out there. I know the Tolos are chiming in on a lot of different wavelengths here. My goodness. Some of them.
Yeah, there's
a lot. The fatherhood, that's a good one from the 130.
Let's see, from the 214, best gift is sobriety. Congratulations to you on
Very
that
much.
because that is an achievement there. From the 817, the best gift I got was a wedding gift. I got before the wedding. It was a pin that had both my mom and dad's pictures on it that I had pinned on, over my heart on my wedding day so that my parents, who had passed at the time, were with me on my special day. That is awesome.
Absolutely.
I love the sentimental gifts. Like, I've never been a materialistic person, and that's why you see me, like, my money goes towards, like, experiences rather than things. Like, I try to use things until I can't use them anymore, and then I replace them. So, like, my shoes, even though I do get sometimes expensive shoes, I wear them till you can't wear them anymore kind of thing.
Right.
Until it's embarrassing to wear them. But, like, I've always been sentimental with gifts, so, like, literally growing up, were you a part of the phase in maybe like middle school where, the little rubber band bracelets that people would make on the little plastic things, like the basket weave pattern?
Yeah.
Those were a big thing. Like in middle school, if you made me one of those, you were my best friend.
Yeah.
Like I was always one of those. It wasn't the $100 gift card on the birthday or something. It was definitely the sentimental things. And some more from the Frankel and Frankel injury attorneys text line. Let's see, from the 214, my 22 that my dad gave me, I still have it 20 plus years later.
Wow.
See, like I love the stuff that you can kind of keep for a while. From the 817, a dirt bike for Christmas when I was 10. Adam in Arlington, save that Tolo Elite stuff for when Blake gets here, please. Best gift, I love this, and I kind of want to steal that and ask for my birthday next month. A coffee subscription, the gift that keeps on giving.
You're a coffee addict, aren't you?
I'm a caffeine addict all
as you're
over.
drinking your prime.
Yeah, shout out to Logan Paul for that because, he hadn't made many great decisions in life, but that is one of them. Let's see. From the 214, best gift, not being married anymore.
Yeah, I saw that one.
To each their own.
Yeah.
Let's see. From the 214, best gift I ever got was my Mortal Kombat Scorpion toy I got from my mom that I wanted for Christmas when I was 7.
Wow.
I still have it. And the reason I asked this, I'll get to mine here in a second, is because Liana Lene, you might not know that name. That is the fiance of one Travis Hunter Jr. of Colorado, the two-way superstar. She got him a brand new pickup truck for his 21st birthday. And it is a Ram that is all kinds of tricked out. And the sticker price on it, $120,000.
Not a chance. Not a chance.
Yeah. And this is because he gifted her an equally expensive car.
Okay.
With all of his NIL money and everything for her birthday. And so there was some controversy of people saying that... how can she afford that when she's not really doing anything like him, which I think is just hating. Why are you pocket watching? But it's got all kinds of custom features, and she clapped back on social media saying, stop watching people's money. I got him the truck.
Good for her.
Yeah, why do you think that I couldn't get it when I literally gave him the keys?
Why is my money and gift giving in your headspace right now?
Exactly. So this thing, it's got a... LED accent lighting set on it. It's got Stairliner multi-color fiber optic headliners, amp research power steps that raise and lower. All these aftermarket adjustments, new JL audio system. It's got cold air intakes, modified exhaust, massive tires. Like, this thing is tricked out to about $120,000. And this is incredible. But she apparently works closely with a dealership called DreamWorks Motorsports, or like an auto company that helped make the customized truck.
Yeah.
And she paid for it. So good for her.
Yeah, that's huge. To get a car as a gift, that's phenomenal. I know there's one on here that I just passed by. Where'd it go? Oh, yeah, from the 214, Joe from Terrell. My best gift was the 84 Cutlass when I graduated. My goodness, that's a heck of a vehicle right there. Congrats to you.
Real quick, my best gift I ever got to this day, and I don't know if it'll ever change, if we're being honest. For my 17th birthday, my father got me front row seats to Friday Night SmackDown at the American Airlines Center. And you can go back and watch the match highlights from that night, and you can see me and my dad. We were on the camera side. So you could see us in every match, just sitting there watching. So it's pretty cool to go back on YouTube or on Peacock and rewatch that episode.
That's awesome.
And you can see us there. And it comes up on my TikTok all the time because there was a moment at the end of the show where they hung up AJ Styles on the top rope in between the legs, where the sun don't shine. And they left him there until it went off TV.
Oh, yeah.
And it went viral because they just left him there hanging and nobody would help him. And even when the dark match after TV came out, they just left him there during the match.
And Dean Ambrose would rock it. Yeah.
And Cena bounced on the ropes to make it hurt a little more, and you could see me and my dad just cackling in the back.
I had that kind of with Ronald Acuna when he hit that rookie year walk-off or the grand slam in the playoffs against the Dodgers. I'm in the background of that shot on the third base side.
Look at you.
Yeah. We'll take it. Take those moments.
So there you have it. That's AM on the FM right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we have your latest sports headlines right out of the gates. Shout out Gavin Dawson. We will talk about Ronald Acuna Jr. and Brandon McManus. Yeah, we're going to talk about a kicker, and it's not a good reason. Next on The Fan.
Full KNC Masterpiece shows available anytime on the Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comerica.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Okay, folks, time to share some interesting financial tidbits. When the 14-team college football playoff format begins in 2026, Notre Dame will rake in $80 million in annual TV money. Duke grosses nearly $47 million in college basketball revenue, $12 million more than runner-up Syracuse. And would you believe the New York Giants have spent a league-leading $210.5 million in free agency? That's $18.5 million more than Atlanta. I'm Boomer Esiason.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Bosch Power Tools. What hard workers deserve. Looking for a new show to dive into? Well, go to Hulu and see what's new, because Hulu has new stuff all the time, like the full season of FX's epic limited series Shogun, FX's new international spy thriller The Veil, starring Emmy and Golden Globe winner Elizabeth Moss, and don't miss the all-new crime series Under the Bridge, inspired by shocking true events and starring Riley Keough and Lily Gladstone. It's all new and it's streaming right now on Hulu.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Brakes? We can save you 15% on that. We have OE quality Duralast brake pads and rotors in stock, ready for pickup or delivery. We also have calipers, brake fluid, tools, and anything else you'll need to do the job right. When you get Duralast pads and rotors together, you'll save 15%. It's just part of what makes us America's #1 brakes destination.
RJ Chop here with my good friend Dr. Mark Bashar. Have you been losing your hair? And I was, trust me, steadily losing my hair. You don't have to go through the rest of your life bald. You can go do something about it with Dr. Mark Bashar, the first in the Southwest to have this robotic hair restoration treatment. He's done more of these than anybody else, and you can go see him. 817-473-2120. Mansfield and Southlake offices. Dr. Mark Bashara. Hit up markbasharamd.com. Tell him RJ Choppy for the Fan sent you.
Hello there, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If you're being pitched that you need to buy a new air conditioner, pump the brakes and call the On-Time experts today for a free second opinion. They'll come out to your home same day and tell you the truth about your system. Don't get ripped off. Call the On-Time experts and set your appointment time today. 214-267-2007. 214-267-2007. TheOnTimeExperts.com. TheOnTimeExperts.com.
Not to brag, but Progressive's Name Your Price tool is mankind's greatest tool ever. Even better than the wheel. Sure, without the wheel, we wouldn't have modern transportation or funny videos of dogs riding skateboards. But without the Name Your Price tool, we wouldn't have easy access to auto insurance options based on our budget. And, well, cars do need wheels. They also need insurance, and insurance never goes flat. Learn more about the greatest tool ever, the Name Your Price tool at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law. Not available in all states.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Gabby.
Hey, Gabby. It's Jennifer Coolidge. Hi. I'm so glad I reached you at 2 a.m.
Oh, of course. Anyone with a Discover card can call and talk to a real person 24/7. Now, how can I help?
Yeah, I used my Discover card to buy these yellow pleather pajamas, and I'm just not sure I'm pulling them off.
24/7 U.S.-based customer service. It pays to Discover. Limitations apply. Learn more at discover.com/creditcard.
I'm Jeff Stewart with Reliant Air Conditioning. Why do some AC companies pay their service techs on commission? ABC News did a sting on AC companies. They rigged a house with a simple broken wire, and 6 different companies tried to sell a woman hundreds of dollars of phony repairs. Why does this happen? Well, when they're getting a 15% commission on the total bill, it just breeds dishonesty and huge repair bills. At Reliant Air Conditioning, we provide comfort to homeowners who don't want to be taken advantage of. Our techs don't work on commission, and we don't use shady sales tactics. If you need a new system, you can combine factory and utility rebates to save over $5,000 on a brand new system that can cut your electric bill in half for as little as $98 a month. So call 2 other companies first, and then call Reliant Air Conditioning, and you'll see how we've been gimmick-free since '83. Our number's 877-YOUR-HERO or ReliantAirConditioning.com.
Reliant Air Conditioning. Call 877-YOUR-HERO.
You're invited to the best of the best. The Destination Grapevine Texas Women's Open, May 29th, 30th, and 31st. Watch LPGA. Free event open to the public. So head to the green at Grapevine Golf Course, May 29th, 30th, and 31st. Visit GrapevineTexasUSA.com/Texas Women's Open for details. And we'll see you at the tee-off.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation.
Let's do this.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Shoot, yeah, buddy. It's the G-Bag Nation, I guess, now, because it is 2 o'clock. Look at that. Welcome on in, Alec Medford and James Tritley.
Running 2 shows today.
Yeah, we were in for the KNC Masterpiece, but everything got kind of slid over an hour, so now it's technically
fine.
the G-Bag Nation. Welcome on in, everybody. We appreciate you hanging out with us here on 105.3 The Fan. The Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line is wide open, baby. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053 to get involved in any and all of our conversations. And guess what? We are live on Twitch and YouTube as well.
Yes, we are.
Twitch.tv/Dallas FanCam or 105.3 The Fan on YouTube. And we're going to steal a G-Bag segment since we are in the G-Bag Nation now.
Yeah,
we're going to give you the hottest sports headlines right out of the gates.
Let's hear it.
And we got plenty to get to. We are with you until 3 o'clock today. And 972 in all caps, where's Gavin? He's on vacation because, it's a holiday. But not for us.
Yep.
Because we're here with you for the Tolos.
Working.
For you, the Turn It On and Leave It On listener, we appreciate you hanging out with us here on Memorial Day. It'll be Will Chambers and Blake Elliott, who is in studio now. We saw him wander into the show prep room, getting ready in the bullpen to throw some heat from 3 to 7 p.m. So don't go anywhere. Rangers Day Off means you get a full fleet of shows here on 105.3 The Fan, even on a holiday. We're going to get to your latest sports headlines here on 105.3 The Fan. Obviously, the Mavericks win big yesterday over the Minnesota Timberwolves to take a 3-0 series lead. 116-107 is the final score of Game 3. Derek Lively is the biggest headline out of this game. He takes a stiff knee to the back of the head, inadvertent, totally accidental by Karl-Anthony Towns, and he ends up leaving the game midway through the second quarter and never returned to the Mavericks sideline, never went back to the bench, and he ended up actually leaving the arena to get scans on his neck for what the team is calling a neck strain, not concussion. It's a good thing, but his status is up in the air for Game 4. So hoping for the best for D-Live, but we did see that Maxi Kleber did take increased reps at practice today with the bigs. He was actually shooting with the team here today. So you could see if the Mavs, and I know a lot of people are thinking when the Mavs advance to the Western Conference, or to the NBA Finals rather, you could see Maxi Kleber come back, and hopefully Derek Lively will be good to go by then as well. Hopefully he's just good to go for Game 4. But James, we did talk to Danny Green, and he said, look, with or without Derek Lively for one game or the rest of the series, he thinks this series is done. With or without him, you got 4 tries to win one game.
Absolutely.
The history favors you. What is it, like 142-0 all time for teams that have gone up 3-0?
It's stupid numbers. I mean,
is wild.
Dallas has this one pretty much in the bag, and I hate to be the jinx guy, but when the numbers are this good, I mean, it seems like Dallas is in their own groove too.
Knock on wood.
Yeah, the chemistry this team possesses is unlike anything that the NBA has right now. You don't see it in Boston. You definitely don't see it in Indiana. And you definitely don't see it with the Timberwolves.
You don't. And I'm excited for tomorrow now. I'm excited for tonight for the Stars as well to try to take a 2-1 series lead in Edmonton. That will be going down at 7 o'clock here tonight. Excited for that game. Hopefully Rope Hintz will return to the Stars lineup. To be determined. It's going to be a game time decision for Mr. Rope Hintz, according to head coach Pete DeBoer, but he said that what he does hope, if Hintz returns tonight, is that the power play will get a helping hand from his return, because Edmonton has been fantastic in the penalty kill thus far in this series, and really all postseason. They have been fantastic, so that could be a shot in the arm for the Dallas Stars, but game time decision for Rope Hintz. How much would that move the needle for you if he returns?
Man, if Rope Hintz returns to this lineup, it improves the power play for one exponentially. I mean, this team overall needs the power play help, but you have to give credit to Edmonton for what it's worth. Their penalty kill has been phenomenal. It's been unmatched. Anything you can do to kind of put your foot in the door there to stop that. And Rope Hintz is just such an aggressor when he's out there, when he's on the ice, his minutes that he puts in. He's a difference maker overall. So hope we get him in there. Hopefully he's back to at least close to full health for tonight.
Elsewhere across your headlines in the world of sports, a sad one that we broke just a little bit ago. Hall of Fame basketball legend Bill Walton has passed away at 71 years old. The world of basketball just lost one of its most colorful characters. The NBA announced this news earlier this afternoon, and he's a basketball Hall of Famer, the former number 1 overall pick in 1974, and obviously his impact on the court speaks for itself, but he was truly one of the greats in terms of just people in the world of basketball. After a long battle with cancer, he has sadly left us, but he was inducted into the Basketball Hall of Fame back in 1993 and the College Basketball Hall of Fame in 2006. And if you are as upset as either of us about this news, I encourage you to just go on YouTube and search the best of Bill Walton. There's like a 15-minute supercut of his best broadcast and interview moments where he is just a gem. He is a treasure to humanity, and he's been on baseball broadcasts as a guest commentator.
Yeah, with Jason Benetti.
Yep, and he had some great moments there in the tie-dye t-shirts, and man, it's going to suck not seeing him popping up on these broadcasts and giving us some great G-Bag of the Day content.
Oh, yeah. From a couple broadcasters like ourselves here we can appreciate a very good broadcast, a good color commentator, a good play-by-play guy. Bill knew how to tell a very good story.
Very good story.
mean, it didn't even have anything to do with what's happening in the game. I mean, this could be a game in the final 5 minutes in the second half of a college basketball game. It's after midnight on the West Coast, and here goes Bill talking about this random story from 20 years ago as they're trying to do commentary, but it just makes for so much fun, and that's what Bill brought to broadcast. So a true loss to the world of broadcasting, to everybody in general. It's just awful news we want to hear on a Monday afternoon, and he will be greatly, greatly missed.
Elsewhere around the world of sports here on 105.3 The Fan, Alec Medford and James Tritley in now for the G-Bag Nation for like 50 more minutes before we give way to Will Chambers and Blake Elliott. This breaking just minutes ago. NFL kicker Brandon McManus has been accused of sexual assault in a new lawsuit that has been made public by ESPN today. 2 women are suing kicker Brandon McManus and the Jacksonville Jaguars, alleging that McManus sexually assaulted them during the team's overseas flight to London last year. The 2 women, identified as Jane Doe 1 and Jane Doe 2, in the lawsuit filed Friday night in Duval County, accused McManus of rubbing himself against them and grinding against them.
Oh, gosh.
They also accused the Jaguars of failing to supervise McManus and failing to create a safe environment for staff serving the team. They're seeking in excess of $1 million and are demanding a jury trial. So no other statement has been made by the team nor McManus. And there are more details if you want to read. The lawsuit has been made public by ESPN. They go into a little bit more in depth about what happened on that flight. But Brandon McManus and the Jacksonville Jaguars, who are essentially, that team is essentially the NFL's international honey, if you will, because, out there in London, they are essentially the home team.
They're the London Jaguars.
And they get a lot of support out there, but their kicker now being accused of sexual assault and the team and himself being sued.
All these claims that come up in all these stories, it's terrible to hear. And especially, I hate that it has to happen like after the fact, whenever these stories come out. And Brandon McManus, obviously, Jacksonville as a football team, we look at the football side as a story. They're just trying to gain traction and be this relevant team. And then McManus goes off and does, I used the term earlier, bonehead move. Did it last year on the flight to London. So again, hate to hear these stories. And I hope the truth comes out and whatever ends up happening with Brandon happens.
Yep, it's another day with another lawsuit against an NFL player.
Yeah.
We've dealt with the Rashee Rice chronicles here recently with his incident off of 75 and Lovers here in Dallas just a few weeks ago, then the nightclub incident that now the photographer alleging him once those charges dropped. So just been a lot of legal stuff with NFL players here recently, and not of the good variety.
No.
So like you said, hopefully the truth comes to light one way or another, and this thing gets figured out in the proper way. Another sad bit of news that if you're a Braves fan, which I don't know how many of y'all are hanging out on the Odyssey app out in Atlanta, this is just sad for the world of baseball in general, too. The Braves' Ronald Acuna Jr. is out for the season with a torn left ACL, something he knows all too well. No Taylor Swift.
This just sucks. I hate to hear this because Ronald Acuna is a guy who you can look at as one of the faces of baseball in a way. 70 stolen bases last year. He sets the mark, at a mark that I think Ellie De La Cruz is going to end up taking over this season if he continues that pace. But Acuna has just been such a volatile weapon with this Braves team. They won the World Series without him in 2021, which is crazy to think in his prowess and what he's been able to do. I've been a huge Ronald Acuna fan overall, and for him to go out the second time this has happened, when I saw the video, I was actually here, it was a non-contact injury. Anytime you hear that, you hear it on football, you hear it in basketball, you know it's going to be bad. And when I heard it, my head just went down for a couple reasons. One, I was just like, oh, this is awful for baseball. From a personal standpoint, Ronald Acuna is on my fantasy team, and I kind of... I'm not doing so hot right now in baseball.
Real reason.
Listen, I've got a double standard. I've got it going both ways. I'm a huge Acuna fan, but still, my team's not going to be trending upwards thanks to Acuna's injury. So I hate to hear that, especially for the Braves when they've got so much talent on that team and trying to go win themselves another championship.
Yeah, he crumbled between second and third base during the first inning of the game against the Pittsburgh Pirates yesterday, and his left knee buckled on a delayed steal attempt, and he just kind of planted his foot firmly, and it's just like you mentioned in football and basketball, you see that where it's that sudden change of direction where you're planting the foot, and this is an injury that he's already suffered in his right knee, so he knows this ACL injury all too well. This is less than 3 years after he had that right ACL tear.
Yeah, I hurt that one in Miami on a play in the outfield. I remember watching that one as well.
Yeah, he's only 26 years old, regarded as one of the best players in Major League Baseball and the franchise for the Atlanta Braves, a team that has already suffered emotional damage in losing their ace, Spencer Strider, and a perennial Cy Young candidate as well. So this is a team that quickly is needing a little bit more help in multiple areas, and at least the good news for them, they've got a front office that's not afraid to make some moves.
No.
So this is a team that, even without two of their two best players, in my opinion, but they could still be just fine in the long run if they make the right moves to correspond with these injuries. And they're also a team that knows how to scout talent, so it wouldn't shock me if they have a couple guys that are high ranking on MLB Pipeline down in their farm system that they could say, you know what? I think it's time to pull the trigger, and then boom, they have a guy that they're going to have problem finding playing time with next season when these guys come back healthy. So the Atlanta Braves never cease to amaze me with how smart they are in their talent evaluation. So I think it's crazy to say with a guy like Ronald Acuna Jr., I think they will be okay.
Yeah, they have so much talent on that team overall, and I think that whenever Acuna goes down, it's hard to, recuperate after that, but then you have to look at it. Like you said, there might be some guys down there in the minor league pipeline for the Atlanta Braves that we see here in a couple months on the trade block and get sent elsewhere for some key star for the playoff push.
So there you have it. That's your latest sports headlines here on 105.3 The Fan. We're hoping that we can get a healthy Rope Hintz for the Dallas Stars, and we're going to have some more NBA playoff action here tonight with the Pacers and Celtics game for the Pacers looking to avoid a sweep. Coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan, we talk about our own Game 3 that went down at the AAC yesterday, and I ask you, 877-881-1053, what did you learn from Game 3 last night? And if we have some time, maybe some more chronicles from my trip to the AAC yesterday. We'll do that next here on The Fan.
commercial-free G-Bag. Salute! It's our commercial-free expressway. Afternoons at 5:20 on 105.3 The Fan and on our Odyssey app. Presented by Comerica.
Brooks Eye Associates is about to give me the LASIK surgery to fix my vision once and for all. Now, I've been always nervous about getting the LASIK surgery done, but Brooks Eye Associates have put that concern to rest. They have taken great care of me from top to bottom, put me at ease, and now I know I'm in great hands to have a game-changing life experience. No longer dealing with eyeglasses falling off my face, kids accidentally breaking my eyeglasses, and now I'm blind for weeks until I can get some new, very expensive frames. That is no longer going to be the life I live thanks to Brooks Eye Associates, and you can find them at brookseyemd.com to get your life changed the same way.
Time for your Live Nation concert update. Don't miss Tap and Wah on May 29th at Tannehill's. Tesla on May 31st and June 1st at House of Blues. Spite and Body Snatcher on June 11th at House of Blues. And Todd Rundgren on June 12th at Majestic Theater.
Hello, it's me.
Get tickets at livenation.com.
Too scary, too corny. Why don't you pick the movie?
Okay, let's see here.
Whoa.
This is our time from 9 to 9. We own the night, and don't forget Prime.
You're saying we get 12 hours of free power each night from 9 p.m. to 9 a.m. and an Amazon Prime membership by switching to Direct Energy?
I didn't just say it, I sung it.
Cool. Could you make some popcorn?
Sign up at directenergy.com/free nights. Terms and conditions apply. PUCT 10040.
How would you like to earn some extra cash while contributing to a good cause? Fortrea Clinical Trials is currently seeking healthy men ages 18 to 55. You must be available for one stay of 8 nights plus 7 follow-up visits. Compensation of up to $7,354 may be provided for time and participation. Call Fortrea today, 469-914-8330, or find out more at FortreaClinicalTrials.com. That's FORTREA clinicaltrials.com.
Are you a healthy adult with a higher body mass index? Right now, Fortrea is seeking overweight adults for clinical research studies. Fortrea offers a variety of studies that you may qualify for. Compensation could be up to $18,802 for time and participation. Don't miss the chance to help advance medicine. Call 469-914-8330 or visit FortreaClinicalTrials.com. That's FORTREA clinicaltrials.com.
CarsForKids.org. Right off the car, not the kid.
Donate your old vehicle to CarsForKids.org to make a difference in the lives of kids. Free towing from CarsForKids.org plus a $50 gift card.
Summer starts now with Memorial Day appliance savings at Lowe's. Get up to 40% off. Plus, save an extra $50 on every $500 you spend on select major appliances from brands like KitchenAid. And right now, you can double your savings when you spend $2,500 or more. Shop in-store or online today because Lowe's knows home improvement. Offer valid through 6/5. Savings vary based on purchase amount. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for more details.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hello, this is Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. During the hot Texas weather, nothing's more aggravating than waiting for days, even weeks to get service on a broken air conditioner. And that's why we recommend the On-Time Experts. They'll be at your home same day, or the service and diagnostic fee is free. And their technicians are there to fix your air conditioner and not try to sell you something you don't need. Go to theontimeexperts.com to set your appointment time today. Theontimeexperts.com, the choice of the Consumer Team.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Shell.
Shell Energy offers a variety of home electricity plans to choose from standard to 100% renewable, so you can find the right plan to power your life. Switch today at shellenergy.com. Shell Energy Solutions, TXBUCT number 10174. Shell Energy.
This segment of The Fan is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.com. It is also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Franco and Franco. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Franco first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Franco and Franco, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franco and Franco, the go-to for car and truck wrecks attorneys in Dallas.
Back here on 105.3, The Fan, Alec Medford and James Tritley in for now, the G-Bag Nation, until we crosstalk with Will Chambers and Blake Elliott coming up here in about 16 minutes or so. Blake is back from vacation. Talk to him about that and their reactions to these playoff games and everything in between. But we ask you the question right now, 877-881-1053. What did you learn from Game 3 with the Dallas Mavericks and the Minnesota Timberwolves? And I start with, I have to take my hater shot right here.
Let's hear it.
Like, do you follow that Twitter account, Hater Central?
Yeah.
Yeah, I follow it too just because I love the negativity sometimes.
Yeah.
In a positive
off
way.
of it.
I do, in the kindest way.
Right.
But this wasn't even from that. This is literally from the NBA on TNT postgame broadcast.
Okay.
It's a graphic of number 32, Karl-Anthony Towns. And the header on the graphic says Bad Kitty because everybody calls him Cat.
Yep.
And in his last 5 games, he's averaging 15.6 points, 35% from the field, 4 of 32 from 3-point, and just 7.2 points in the paint per game. And that 3-point field goal percentage, 4 of 32, 12.5%. A career low over a 5-game stretch, minimum 20 attempts. So in the playoffs, you don't really have a lot of time for a bad time. And he's definitely having himself a bad time. So one thing that I learned in Game 3, and I'm glad you got to it, you asked Danny Green about it a little bit, was it seemed like too little too late. He found out that attacking the paint, especially without Derek Lively on the floor for the second half, that might be what he needs to lean on right now just because he is a million feet tall.
It's all you have if you're Karl-Anthony Towns. You were 0 for 8 last night from the 3-point line. You can't shoot the 3 ball right now. You have to go with what works. And we saw what worked was attacking the paint. Ride the hot hand. What is there to argue about with that? I don't understand it.
I don't understand it either. And what I do understand is that, yes, during the regular season, really just throughout his career, he has been a phenomenal shooter. And I will give him his credit there. Am I his biggest hater on the planet? Yes.
Absolutely.
I absolutely am. I might even put it in my Twitter bio if we end up sweeping this series.
You are doing it if it happens.
Yeah, I probably will.
Tomorrow.
And then I will put fiance of Jordan Woods in my bio as well. But I will not actually do that. I have some self-respect.
Right.
But
you've been hitting on it the other night.
I mean, hey, if I go to Game 4 tomorrow, we'll see. But things just aren't working for him. And, Danny talked to us about it a little bit, saying sometimes when you're just, mentally fatigued, those things are going to be a trend more than they are just like a momentary issue. And this seems like it's not just him. It's also Anthony Edwards. The fatigue of playing a 7-game series against the NBA champions of last year.
Oh, yeah, that took a lot out of them.
It took a lot out of them in the rest versus rust conversation. Definitely leaned into the rest side of it because you see, the funny thing is we talked about it all last series, and now we haven't talked about it, it feels like, at all. Luka's knee injury. That seems to have come and gone. And it's a good thing because that means he's playing well. But the fact that we're talking about these guys being fatigued and tired for the Minnesota Timberwolves and not Luka having a legitimate injury and not being able to play to the best of his ability, that tells me that these guys are mentally checked out. And Danny said it best. These guys are just done. That's my other takeaway from this game. The Timberwolves are just done. They're cooked. And I'm not saying that to be shock jock and get a reaction, whatever. They're just cooked. they don't want to be there anymore. They have packed up for Cabo or wherever they're going to go.
Galveston.
Yeah, Chuck is going to send them to Galveston because Karl Anthony Towns isn't playing any kind of good basketball right now.
Not one.
Anthony Edwards is trying to take control, but things aren't working for him right now. But those are some of my biggest takeaways and some of the biggest things that I learned so far.
And I feel for Anthony Edwards because I really think, I don't know, I just really think that Anthony Edwards overall is a very good player. And this, leading into this matchup, it was a battle between Luka and Kyrie, add him to the mix, against Anthony Edwards, and then I guess you could put Karl Anthony Towns in that mix. But Anthony Edwards and Luka, that was the head-to-head battle when you talked about kind of the face of the NBA. Who's going to come out on top? Because, of course, Jokic getting eliminated. Okay, well, we're not going to put him in that column right now. Now we're talking about these two guys battling it out, and Edwards just really hasn't performed.
It's kind of incredible that it went from knocking off the NBA champion and the reigning MVP. You know, you talked about Jokic and whatnot, like that superstar team and just insanely deep team that Denver had. You went from that to quickly throwing these Michael Jordan comparisons onto him, and is he the next face of the league, to him looking every day of 22 years old. You know, like that is starting to show here the lack of playoff experience because he's young. Yep. He hasn't been in the league forever. And it's unfair that people keep trying to put him on this pedestal. And honestly, I feel bad for him. I'm the same age as him. I would not want these expectations. And Danny Green was talking about with social media, it's a different beast now because people are following you around after these games, trying to get every soundbite, every video they can. And, you know, I'll give him credit for staying positive. I really will, because I know I asked him about Shaq saying, like, he shouldn't be out here saying these things post-game. Like, the fact that he's still trying to bring his team up and saying, look, I still feel like we're the better team in this situation, for his age, I'll give him credit. Like, he's staying very positive and even keel, even though it's not working for him personally, because he's still not looking great. Yeah. He had, look, give him credit. He had his SportsCenter top 10 dunk that already aired on ESPN 6 times today.
Yeah.
Did it win him the game? No. But, like, he's showing up in sparks. He's a flash in the pan right now. And it's because his running mates aren't doing too much for him. It's Naz Reid who's stepping up. Kyle Anderson is having his moments. Jaden McDaniels. But it's not the guys that you are expecting to show up, like Karl Anthony Towns, like Rudy Gobert, you know, getting in foul trouble late in the game. They're just not getting the contributions that they need at the right times. It's either too little too late, or it's too inconsistent. And I like this from the 817. I learned that Luka can behave himself, shut up, and just play. Tony Brothers was able to target his anger at the Wolves instead. Let's hope that Luka can continue that. That's Adam in Arlington. And I will say one thing that I will discredit Anthony Edwards for was one of the first things he brought up in his postgame yesterday was he brought up the free throw disparity between the Mavs. And when you instantly start pointing to that, I think it's weak. I think that's our job to do. I think that's what talk radio and sports talk TV talking heads are supposed to do. We're supposed to start blaming the officiating and the lack of fouls being drawn, because I do think that Minnesota was playing some really physical defense. And I will admit, I do think Luka did draw a few that probably shouldn't have blown in the playoffs. But it happened. You can't take that away. And look, it was the same case that was Shai Gilgeous-Alexander in the previous series. He was getting away with some that he probably shouldn't have gotten a whistle from, but he knows these crews and he knows what to look for. And give Luka his credit. You know, as much as we hate Tony Brothers, he knows how to work his whistle sometimes. So I will say that's the one discredit I'll give Ant. But man, I think that's a great point from the 817. Luka had a couple moments where he did kind of lose his cool, but you would see, I saw Josh Green and Derrick Jones Jr. would walk over to him and instantly just be like, stop.
And that's the chemistry that this Dallas Mavericks team has, the ability to know how to talk down Luka from getting a technical against him and getting the officials on him, because then you know what that's going to draw. It's just going to draw more fouls going forward against Luka. So for Dallas to be able to do that, it's great. I know we've been sounding like a lot of Timberwolves fans here, but Mavs are up 3-0. We have to give credit where credit's due.
Yeah.
Anthony Edwards is a great player.
And from the 214, going back to the officiating, weren't the calls more in favor of Minnesota for game 1 and 2? Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And that's just the way the ball rolls, if you will, sometimes. And because honestly, if you ask me, because people always say, well, the league is going to be in favor of this, so maybe the refs kind of do have a louder whistle for this team to try to give them a little bit of an edge early on to try to force, this series to get a little bit more crooked. I would have thought that the whistles would have gone more to the advantage of Minnesota last night, just because this is a great matchup. Even though the series is 3-0 right now, this is a really even matchup. And I guarantee you the league does want this to go as long as it can.
But it won't.
It won't. I think this thing could end tomorrow.
It should.
I think it should.
The whole gentleman's thing, don't do it. You're out for blood. You're out to win an NBA championship. If you're the Dallas Mavericks, you've been waiting on this since 2011. Obviously, it's not that long ago, but still, you have rebuilt this team to where it needs to be. Last year, missing the playoffs the way it did, you still had Kyrie at that point. You're back in it. Win it now. Win it now as soon as possible.
Let's see, from the 214-877-881-1053, what you learned in Game 3 of Mavs Timberwolves. What I learned is that Jason Kidd is out coaching their coach, Finch. And I agree overall, because it seems like the defensive rotations have been working for J. Kidd. The adjustments in game have been fantastic as well. But another case where I'm going to give credit to Minnesota. I do think they are one of the best coached teams in basketball, and that's why they've made it this far. Trust me, they do have great talent. We know that. They have the reigning defensive player of the year, the sixth man of the year. They have the rookie, or not rookie, but the young sensation that everybody is trying to pin as the next MJ. They're loaded with talent. I understand that, but I do think that Finch has been incredible for them, even sitting behind the bench, because, he got his knee annihilated a couple of weeks ago, but I think he's been incredible for them. But I think that J. Kidd has been putting on, we're being totally honest, and it feels weird to say after the slander he got at midseason, a coaching masterclass here in the postseason.
I was one that ultimately was ready for Jason Kidd to be fired, and I know I'm not the only one out there. A lot of people felt that way. And then he gets the extension. The further he got in the playoffs, the less likely he was going to get canned. If they got eliminated after the first round, I think Jason Kidd was gone. The further he went and the better this team got as a whole, that just reinvigorated him to be such a great coach.
It's been great, man. Yeah. And we talked about it earlier when we brought him up, is when we did the thank you notes during the Expressway. And if you missed that, you can hit the rewind button on the Odyssey app. The fact that we aren't talking about him as much as we did, just in general, not good, bad, or ugly, just the fact that we aren't talking about him as much as we did in the regular season, J. Kidd, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
That means that we have nothing to critique. And you might say that he calls a timeout too late here or there. Maybe after one made shot, you're like, okay, he should have called it probably 2 possessions ago. Whatever, man. Like, the fact that you're up 3-0 in this series, he's just been incredible. I'm super happy that he is starting to get the flowers that he deserves, at least from the Tolos. I don't really know from the national perspective if he's necessarily getting that love yet, which I think he should. But it seems like locally, people are definitely coming around on him, and for good reason.
I mean,
they
look at this team overall. It tells the story right there. Mavs, obviously, I don't think, and I'll say this, I was not a fan of the Mavs being able to beat the Timberwolves going into this series. I wasn't a fan of them getting as far as they did. I thought it was going to be an even matchup with OKC, and it turned out being that way. And I was like, they're a round 3 team. I think Minnesota's got it. But now, I will own up to it. And I will say the Mavericks are the best team right now in the NBA, and they have the best chance. They have the best chance. Maybe it's a bold take, Alec. Maybe you're looking at me like I'm crazy.
I'm not.
I don't know.
Someone is.
Okay.
Someone is, but it's not me.
Okay. Well, I'll just say this. Mavs have the best chance right now to win the NBA title.
And I'm right there with you. And Danny Green even agreed with you.
Yeah.
He said right now, everybody he's talked to, and himself included, thinks that they are the favorites. And for good reason, because I think the hot hand is going to win here. And Boston has shown that they are willing to lose.
Yeah.
That's a weird thing to say, but the Pacers could have had 2 wins in this series.
Exactly. Boston's going to go out and get the sweep tonight, which is fine. We're going to go out and get the sweep tomorrow. Anything they can do, the Mavs can do better. That's what's going to happen in this one, and it'll be a Mavs and Celtics in the NBA Finals.
From the 972, I learned that the Mavs have the 2 best closers in the NBA. I like where your head is out there, or at there. And from another 214, I think saying Ant and Cat are playing bad is incorrect. The Mavs defense is destroying their game. I think that was proven when Lively went out and Ant started going. And I think that's a fair critique, especially in yesterday's game, because I don't think Ant was awful.
No.
It's just that he still hasn't taken over a game in this series in the way that you expect.
And it's hard to do when you don't have that help either. When Karl Anthony Towns is not playing like Karl Anthony Towns and you're not getting the help that you need, it's hard to take over the whole game. When Luka couldn't do it by himself, now he's got Kyrie, and it works out that way.
I'll give you a short anecdote from yesterday's game while I was there before we crosstalk.
That's right.
With Will Chambers and Blake Elliott. And I told Blake during the break, I told CA, I was just sitting on the bench over courtside before the game. I was watching Luka warm up. And because he was out there early, he usually goes out in exactly an hour before the game. He was out there maybe an hour and 30. And I'm just sitting there, just talking to CA. We're just chatting. CA had his son there, so I met him. We were just kind of hanging out, chilling. And a massive frame walks by me. And he kind of stops. And he messes with CA a little bit. I look up, and it's Shaquille O'Neal. And I'm like...
Diesel.
That's a massive DJ, I should say. I was going to say massive human, but I refer to him as a DJ more than I do a basketball player these days. But look up at him. I just made eye contact with him. And he puts out his massive hand and engulfs my entire arm pretty much. And he just hits me with, "Nice hair, young man. Wish I could do that." I was like, okay, well, there's my content for the entire show tomorrow. So within 20 minutes of being in the arena, Shaquille O'Neal said that he likes my hair.
There we go. You couldn't ask for much more than that.
Yeah, that was fun.
That's a bucket list thing without actually putting it on your bucket list. Huh?
Yeah, and I wasn't necessarily starstruck, but that was just one of those moments where you see the guy in person, and you're like, oh yeah, he's a real human.
Yeah.
Like, you see him on TV all the time, but then you're like, oh, he does exist in real life.
Right.
Cool. So there you have it, what we learned from Game 3 of Timberwolves and Mavericks yesterday. The Mavericks look to close things out tomorrow. The Dallas Stars in action tonight. We'll talk about that next when we crosstalk with the returning Blake Elliott and Will Chambers next year on The Fan.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, the entire morning family is back together again with Chop and Pepe returning from vacation. We got a lot of playoffs to talk about. It's a Tolo Tuesday on The Fan. Friends, you've been hearing me talk about my computer career for some time now. If you're working way too hard for too little money with no growth opportunities, it might be time to take the next step. In just a few short months, My Computer Career can help prepare you for a more recession-resistant career in the growing fields of IT, cybersecurity, or even AI. No prior experience is needed, but if you're already in IT, they can help you level up your skills as well. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take their free career evaluation today.
Congratulations to the humble paper coaster holding that cold, crisp, refreshing Dos Equis. The paper in that coaster could have been a coupon or a losing lottery ticket, but instead, it's a glorious pedestal for Dos Equis. Nice work, paper coaster. From where you sit, you're holding a winning lottery ticket. Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. Copyright 2024 Dos Equis, imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
First two series that they have so far in this series.
I mean, when you look at the Dallas Stars and what they're doing right now, obviously the 1-1 series, it's such a tough team to play against. You have the two-headed monster of Leon Draisaitl and Connor McDavid. It's not going to be an easy task here. We saw a lot more physicality in the first two rounds between Vegas and Colorado, obviously. But Dallas is really playing a very controlled game where they're not taking these big penalties. They're not ending up going in there, and they're staying out of the penalty box as much as they can. The problem right now is when they get on the power play, the penalty kill is so dang good right now for Edmonton, they have no chance of really scoring. So they have to create other opportunities outside of that. If they could do that like they've been doing on the road, they're going to be just fine to take the lead tonight.
All that being said, what the Stars have done on the road, it still is. You're going into Connor McDavid's house, and in a game 3, I almost feel like I'd feel better about a game 4 than I would a game 3, regardless of what happens tonight. But, James, what you're saying there is absolutely right. I mean, that 4-minute double minor in game 1, you just go, how many opportunities within a series are you going to get, even if you're the deeper team, even if your goalkeeper is playing really well, when you've got on the other side Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl?
Yeah, and you take Connor McDavid out in that double minor in overtime, and you get him off, and you're like, oh, yeah, we got to score. This is our chance. Oh, we can't do that. That's a problem. We still can't score even though he's off. So that's something that's going to be looking towards tonight and really see if Dallas can counter.
That will take place right after these two gentlemen get off of the air tonight at 7 o'clock. Guys, have fun today.
Okay.
We'll try our best.
Try your best, and welcome back.
You
Clark.
talked me into it, Alec.
Well, happy Memorial Day to each and every one of you out there. Thanks for hanging out with us. My name is Alec Medford. His name is James Tritley, for
Thank
Larry
y'all.
Flores and us two. Saying so long for now. We'll be back. The KNC Masterpiece returns tomorrow right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Fellowship at its finest. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The success of the NFLPA's second annual Players Survey has me wondering why some ambitious media outlets, say ESPN or The Athletic, doesn't similarly survey the fans' stadium experiences. For instance, I'd give the Falcons an A+ for offering season ticket holders free tickets to road games. Oh man, won't other cheaper owners hate having their fans find out about Arthur Blank's generous fan perks? That's the way to become an owner. I'm Boomer Esiason.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Bosch Power Tools. What hard workers deserve.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer. With Memorial Day savings at the Home Depot, you can give your lawn or garden beds a pop of color and protection. Right now, get a special buy on Scott's Earth Grow Mulch, 5 bags for just $10. Help your soil retain moisture longer with color that lasts up to 12 months. Shop Memorial Day savings for a special buy on Scott's Earth Grow Mulch. 5 bags for just $10 at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Tolo's Eric Chiafalo here for Platinum Ford in Terrell between Highway 80 and I-20. Super excited to partner with Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and General Manager Adam Vinci are monster Tolos, and there's a reason why so many head over to the east side of the Metroplex for their next Ford truck, car, or SUV, and you can do the same. I was in the car business for a long time. This is a first-class organization. Everything from Super Duties, full-size Broncos, and more. Start the process now at PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
Need inspiration? Shop Kroger for over 30,000 mouth-watering choices with savings beyond low prices, like digital coupons worth over $600 each week and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. More savings and more inspiring flavors make Kroger worth it every time. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Save big on 12 packs of Coca-Cola, Dr. Pepper, or Pepsi. Select varieties or buy 2, get 3 free with your card. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Find sweet savings at Whole Foods Market. Get 16 ounces of organic strawberries for $3.99 each with Prime through May 28th. Bake a strawberry shortcake to enjoy in the sunny weather. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Donate to Junk for Joy. Donate to Junk for Joy. Donate your card today to Junk for Joy. Hooray! Donate to Junk for Joy. Donate to Junk for Joy. Donate your card today to Junk for Joy.
Donate your card today at junkforjoy.org. You'll get a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
Donate your card today to Junk for Joy.
Donate today and your car will be picked up by tomorrow.
Cash in on basketball's big moments with Prize Picks, America's #1 fantasy sports app. Use code TOLO for a first deposit match up to $100. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details.
Baseball season is heating up. With the free Odyssey app, you can get the most entertaining local coverage of your team while you're at work or on the go. Stay locked in and in the know with your favorite hosts as they bring you unfiltered takes, react to the latest team news, and talk to callers. Don't miss any of the action. Stream the shows you love live or on demand with the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. Download it today for free.
Friends, you've been hearing me talk about my computer career for some time now. If you're working way too hard for too little money with no growth opportunities, it might be time
By Blake Elliott.
Yeah,
I am Will Chambers.
Sersky.
We got Ross Levitsky back in the Pimp Cup and you for the next 4 hours. Let's do this thing, baby. We got the Mavericks with a win going up 3-0. We've got the Stars tonight, series tied at 1. The Rangers finally get a win after dropping 6 straight, and hey, they're only 3 back.
And the Cowboys are in OTAs.
They'll figure out a way to disappoint us somehow today. Over the next 4 hours, I'm sure.
Something will come out.
We will talk with Chris Young coming up 4:20 per the usual, as G-Bag typically does. So the Rangers GM. Look, there's some things to look at that are trending in the right direction. In particular, Corey Seager.
Yep. What is it, 20 games in a row getting on base right now?
I mean, it's just, he's right, and he's looking right. Talked to Jared Sandler on Saturday, just prior to Twins Rangers, and asking him, okay, like, it's looking pretty good, you know, these stats here, last 7 games, blah, blah. From your perspective, does he look back? He's like, oh, yeah. A couple dingers yesterday. There we go.
I mean, that first like month or two was pretty much his spring training. A lot of these guys in your Rangers lineup that you're used to hitting well weren't there for spring training because of injuries or just precautions. So took a little while to get warm into a little bit slower start than maybe some Rangers fans had hoped to, but hey, you're still in the running.
It's still the end of May, right? I'm not going to really get too crazy about anything until we get mid-June, into July.
And the good thing that the whole division sucks.
Thankfully, right? All right. Happy Memorial Day to all out there, especially to those family members of those who have served and those that have lost friends, brothers, sisters, dying for our country. That is what we honor today. That's what we honor this weekend. And one of the things that our country does very, very well. We could probably always do better, but we do very well at honoring those that serve and that gave everything for our freedom. So our great thanks to you all today, and it's an honor to be here to share today with you all. The sad news today also, Bill Walton at 71. I played golf today.
Yes.
Was totaling all day. Great job hearing from, our new guys too, Jake and James. Earlier this morning, Chris Arnold had Jake Riepma. And then, this afternoon, obviously, with Alec and James. And he said, died with a long battle of cancer. I was unaware that Bill Walton had cancer.
I was as well unaware of his cancer.
An absolute icon. 2 NCAA titles, arguably one of the best college basketball players of all time. I mean, to me, it's Lou Alcindor and everybody else. And second part of that list begins with Bill Walton. Yep. 2 NBA championships as well, a Hall of Fame career. Died today at the age of 71. That aside.
Sad.
It's almost like having the nosebleeds in here because I'd like to go Club Mavs. They win, and I've got some declarations that I would like to make, Blake Elliott.
Let's hear them.
I had about in March, just this feeling, and, doing what I do on Saturdays, with Chris Arnold, who is obviously about as in tune with the Mavericks as you can be. And we were just thinking, man, that the vibe of the team, they're really starting to play well. Obviously, post-trade deadline with PJ and Gafford. But the vibe around it was really, really good. Yep. And I was like, it just has like that championship vibe. I don't know if they're going to win, but it looks really good right now. I'm here to tell you right now, I'm not afraid to say it because honestly, what I have to say has no kind of influence whatsoever on whether or not they win or not. But I believe that team is winning the NBA Finals. The Dallas Mavericks are going to win the Finals. That's what I have seen the first 3 games of this series. There is nothing that you can say or do to convince me otherwise at this point. Boston, for being up 3-0, is the shakiest Eastern Conference champion, or soon to be, whether they wrap it up tonight or sometime soon. And to me, I just go, I mean, if I'm hoping that Vegas makes the Mavericks the underdog.
Yeah. They've kind of been underdogs throughout the whole year. Do you agree? Disagree? Where are you at with it? Are you scared to go there? And trust me, I get it. If your heart's on the line, you're like, dude, I don't want to do that. I don't want to karma this, karma that. I get it. I will say this. I feel
Ross is already pissed at me at 6 minutes in.
I feel very, even before last night's game, because they could have lost game 3, I still would have felt very confident.
Yeah.
I just feel confident that this team they could be down 2-0 in the finals. And I'm like, they're not out of this. They just have shown me enough. They've proved me wrong as a Mav believer and supporter that they are never out of a game, never out of a series. I mean, we saw even when all these guys weren't there and they were down in series, they were able to come back. They might not have won it, but pushing it to 7. They just have all the right pieces and all the right spots. So I think it's safe to say you have the 2 best closers in the NBA. And when it comes to playoffs, that's what matters most. I don't know if you knew this, Ross and Will, but in every single game in this series, they have trailed with 5 minutes left. Like when it gets to the 5-minute mark, they've been losing in all 3 games. And they've obviously ended up winning all 3.
And the last 2, they've outscored the Timberwolves in the fourth quarter by 17.
Yeah. They turn it up another notch. Like we talked about it. This last game, they were kind of pacing them and kind of holding on. In that third quarter, it got a little shaky. Lively got hurt. Gafford in the short roll wasn't as effective. Anthony Edwards had a big third quarter. Conley was hitting some shots. We weren't able to get as much offense. But it just feels like if you get to the 5-minute mark and you're not up by 15, it's probably game over. Like, honestly, like we could be down 10 points at 5 minutes. I'm like, the Mavs are going to win this game. And I feel very confident saying that because they had the 2 best closers. And the moment you double team them, lob, corner 3 by Jones or PJ. Like they just have too many tools late in the game where you have to double and overcommit. And now someone else is wide open.
The others, I should say, this is what Shaq has, been talking about. He's talked about it for years, but particularly in these playoffs, the others.
The Alfreds. I like.
They have absolutely shown up in different times. At one point, I thought PJ Washington was actually the most consistent Maverick in the playoffs.
Yep. That OKC series was crazy.
The 9-7-2, I feel very confident in my NBA championship Mavs future bet. I made November plus 2,500, baby. I feel that. 877-881-1053. That's the number on the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text. I did the same in March. I was going to look up real quick and see the number I got. But, yeah, I had them to get to the finals and to win. So, I mean, look, part of this to me is about Minnesota. I mentioned this on Saturday that I thought, look, the Denver Nuggets series, I believe, took a lot out of Minnesota.
Yep.
What they had to do, particularly in that final game, right? I mean, how much were they down?
20. They were down like 18-20 at that point.
I think that plays a role too, but here are my other 2 declarations, Blake Elliott.
Let's hear them.
Karl-Anthony Towns is weak.
I can agree with that. I think what CA said earlier this morning is true. I don't know if you remember, Kat said, I'm the best shooting big man ever. He made that very clear, which he's a very good one. No one's discrediting that he's not a good shooter. Said he was the best.
Does he know Kevin Durant and Dirk Nowitzki?
And that's what I was going to get to. Who's been sitting courtside at all these games?
I mean,
Dirk.
What are we doing here?
I know it's kind of a joke, but I mean, it might be a little bit of like, I talked all this big game and Dirk's just staring at him every game. Best shooting big man. Let's see it. Let's see it, big guy.
It's been happening it's just a while. I had this feeling, I think a lot of people did too, going into the playoffs, right? Oklahoma City, they're so young. Can they win a playoff series? Are they ready enough to get, and I was really impressed by them. And no, they couldn't get past the Mavericks, obviously, but they gave me more, or they at least proved to me that, okay, they're for real. They're not going anywhere.
Yeah, they're going to be here for a while.
Minnesota was, do you have the dog? Because Karl-Anthony Towns ain't that guy.
Bad kitty.
Bad kitty.
And
then not showing up in the post-game presser.
Apparently he was getting his shots up. Apparently he gets 1,500 shots up a day.
He wasn't trying to really say that. I think he was trying to say, look, I'm doing all that I can do. But, oh, my God.
4 of 32 in the last 5 games. 12% from 3. 4 of 32.
He doesn't show up. I'm like, there you go. That's part of your big problem right there. That's it.
He's averaging 15 points, shooting 35% in the last couple games. So that's supposed to be your second guy because we know Rudy Gobert is not going to give you offense.
Right.
Anthony Edwards, I think, is trying, but the Mavs are game planning for him.
That's my 3rd declaration here. Anthony Edwards is being way too passive for them. Mm-hmm. In the last 2 games, in the fourth quarter, Anthony Edwards has 5 shot attempts.
Whew.
Kyrie Irving has 27 points.
Yeah.
Okay?
And we could take a couple of those away. Some of those were garbage
They
time
ain't
ones.
ready for the moment, but I'm telling you, a lot of that still is Mavericks defense and what they're doing. I just can't believe Anthony Edwards, it continues to give up the ball in certain moments where I'm like, you cannot give up the ball, man.
Yeah.
And we're watching a game, and there was a point where Edwards gives it up. They end up shooting a three and missing. This is inside the final 2 minutes. It was pretty much getting close to dagger time, right? And I go, we're watching right now the difference between Luka Doncic and Anthony Edwards. Nobody else is going to touch the ball for the Mavericks in this possession. And no one is. And nobody did, and he knocked down a jumper.
And that, I think that's the difference. We talked about this. You can have all the great role players, all the great stuff, but when it comes down to crunch time, everybody in the arena knows Luka or Kyrie are shooting this ball, but you still cannot stop it. Anthony Edwards is letting the great Mavs defense is playing great. They're scheming for him great. But at some point, you just had to play above the X's and O's. Hey, I know I'm going to try to shoot, but I'm going to get my shot off. And I feel like with Luka and Kyrie, there might be a guy that's semi-open, but unless he's wide open under 2 minutes, they're not passing him the ball. Or they might get it right back, pass it, give it right back to me. I'm making the final decision on this possession, whereas Anthony Edwards is fine with throwing it away and then kind of drifting in the corner. Sometimes a half contested shot by your best player is the best thing for your team.
You can't have 5 shot attempts in the fourth quarter in the total in 2 games.
And that's the difference in good and great. And that's what we're seeing. Kyrie's like, I don't care if 2 guys are on me, I'm going to make it 0 or 1 or make a tough fall away. And he makes that enough where it's a good shot by your superstar late in the game.
It's okay for Kyrie or Luka to do it because you've got the other one. But Edwards doesn't have that. He just doesn't. He's got a good team around him, but he doesn't have another dog around him. He needs to be the guy.
He's got a lot of guys trying to spot up shoot, man.
And then afterwards, sometimes I don't like this because generations are different. And, what he said in postgame, well, first off, he's got his face is buried into his hands. He's just totally like...
Edwards or Cat?
Edwards.
Okay.
And then the question, about, I guess, how he feels about it, he's like, I'll paraphrase. Or do we have this, Ross, by chance? If we don't, I don't care. I'll just paraphrase what he said. But he was like, this ain't the worst thing that could happen to me. I've been in worse places. And I'm like, he literally lifted his head up from being just buried in his hands to say that. I'm like, well, you don't look it.
Yeah.
You look devastated.
They looked gassed. We saw Ant after game 1 and 2 look gassed. He wanted to guard. This team, you said it perfectly. This team exerted so much energy against Denver.
Okay, 972, tremendous point. I think I totally agree. And clearly he's going to have a lot more money coming very soon, in my estimation. Luka's go-ahead 3 in game 2 was the dagger in the series.
Yeah.
I think I totally agree with that.
And McDaniels, I know you've seen the picture of McDaniels smirking when he let that switch happen. He knew it was coming, but it doesn't matter. I'm a better player than anyone on the court. I'm going to make this shot.
Okay. Who do you think took the most shots for the Timberwolves last night in the fourth quarter?
Nasr.
No.
Conley.
No.
This is getting bad. McDaniels.
Nope.
Gobert.
He did not attempt a shot. No.
This is not getting good. I've named all their good players.
Kyle Anderson.
Oh. I want to say I would have guessed 5 more people before I said that. And the Mavs are letting him shoot. He can go off for 20 every night if he wants to. That's bad basketball, Will.
It's not.
You can't let the defense affect you that much. That's like the Chiefs. We know Patrick Mahomes is the best player, and they might know it's a pass play. I'm gonna still make a pass to Kelsey.
Yeah,
I think that's the best way to put it in my head. It's going to Kelsey. You're not gonna stop it. We're that good. I'm not gonna let you be like, all right, we know this happened, so we're gonna do something else. No, it's that unstoppable. Kyrie and Luka, and they were at the game last night too. Kelsey and Mahomes. Look at that championship mentality.
Oh yeah, they love it. You see, who was it?
PJ when he hit the 3 and dapped him up.
Yeah.
Yep. Come on.
I mean, right there. Oh, anytime PJ does something, I'm like, that's right, baby.
PJ is definitely kind of the heart of the dog mentality. We got dogs on our team.
We do.
The other team's got kitties, and I think it's safe to say Luka and Kyrie are the zookeepers right now with Ant and Cat.
So you're okay with my declaration that this team is winning the NBA championship? If you're taking anything away from this Memorial Day weekend,
I'm with you.
Will Chambers put it out.
You know
there.
what? You know why? And let's get out of here. I'm with you just because they are better closers, and Tatum will find a way to choke. I've been saying they're going to choke all playoffs. They haven't had anybody good.
Look,
you're going to face 2 dogs in the finals.
Unless Jaylen Brown just says, you're now Robin, I'm Batman.
Yeah.
Unless that happens,
they gotta be blowing us out. If it's close, it's over. Derek White, please.
Come on. What are we doing here? The best backcourt ever? We will discuss that because Kyrie had thoughts on it, and what Charles Barkley had to say with Luka and Kyrie being closers. Does the Celtics run, or lack thereof, of competition hurt them? That's all. As we're just getting started, Will and Blake in for the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan.
It's afternoons with the G-Bag Boys on 105.3 and the Odyssey app.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Hard to stop a train.
Back to the Fan. These segments are brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and Window Nation, but also by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Kyrie Irving on his thoughts of being part of the best backcourt in history. What do you think? 877-881-1053. Let us know on the Frankel & Frankel injury attorney fan text. We'll talk with Chris Young coming up next hour as well, as they get set for the World Series rematch that begins tomorrow at the Park. Rangers hosting the D-backs, finally getting the win. We'll talk more Rangers coming up here in just a few minutes. It's the G-Bag Nation Memorial Day edition. Will Chambers, Blake Elliott, and Russ Labinski here with you. So, also, Stars and Oilers tonight, right? So, Game 3, they split the first two in Dallas. Now, the Stars have won 13 of their last 15 road games. The Oilers have won each of their last 4 games at Rogers Place following a road loss.
I feel pretty confident going into Game 3 because of how well you've played on the road throughout the whole playoffs.
And how well you're playing on defense. I mean, They gave up 1 goal in the first period.
Yep. And then you gave up the first loss in double overtime, which we all know can go either way. You've been playing, I mean, Ottinger, all playoffs has played pretty well. There's been a couple, his save percentage is above 900, whereas Edmonton has been not as great on defense. I just think right now, just kind of feeling itself out. We just came off that hard-fought series, so we'll see how Game 3 plays out. I think this is going to be a big game deciding on where the series goes.
Going back, Connor McDavid and Draisaitl going back into their own house. The Stars have lost 3 of their last 4 games following a home win. Oh, there's lots about it. We'll get the thoughts of Joey Erickson as well as Gavin Spittle, the hockey hawk, Spits and Suds, the podcast. About Game 3 tonight. That'll be at 7:30. But we'll do that at the top of the hour at 4 o'clock. Okay. I said this before. I'm going to have to go deep into the Rolodex to think, because it's just, I go, Clay and Steph, especially at the top of each of their games. I mean, I don't know if I can really say right now definitively Kyrie and Luka being better. But Kyrie was asked about this. I love this. I feel like I'm in the Matrix. Last night on being in the best backcourt.
I mean, it doesn't mean anything if we don't win a ring together, and I say that very responsibly too. Not saying that we aren't great now, but there are other backcourts that are more deserving right now for that recognition. I think once we put a good run together and we can look back on it and reflect on it, then that'll be our time. But right now, I want to show a lot of respect to the guys that have come before us and have actually did it. And our time will come. We just got to keep putting in the work and continue to feed each other that positive affirmation and energy, and we'll go from there, man. But right now, we're just focused on enjoying the moment, enjoying how well we're playing as a team. And, you're seeing some special basketball from me and Luka, but we wouldn't be here without our teammates. So full-on team success, man.
Can I start, Will?
Please.
Kyrie is maybe one of the most well-spoken guys I've heard in ever. That's just like the perfect response. Like, acknowledges it, says we're trying to win a chip, just says all the right things right there.
It's remarkable, really, because for so long, I mean, he's always been intelligent, spoke well. It's just the crap that would come out of his mouth. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about?
Yeah.
And now it's totally different. The humility he speaks with, the wisdom too. It's just, he found
a way to compliment Luka, himself, the team, ring and staying
history.
positive. And history. All within still answering the question. I don't know how you could take anything bad from anything he said all year. That comment, like that could have easily, you asked him that 5 years ago, spun the wrong way. Like he's just just answered that perfectly.
Right. Look, it wasn't even that long ago when they were all them talking about like not needing a coach and stuff like that. I mean, I think that's the last point I can remember where I was just like,
I didn't even make the playoffs. So I just think Kyrie is hitting all the right buttons. Feels like anytime you ask him a question, he's saying all the right things. But I think he is being humble. I think when it comes to, and this is my opinion, I think they're the most talented offensive backcourt we've ever seen. Talent-wise, not success, because you got to win chips, you got to do all this stuff, but just talent, what you see with your eyeballs when you turn on the TV.
I want to say shout out to our Twolos as well as I pull over the monitor and our Twitch stream up there. You can watch us on twitch.tv/DallasFanCam, or of course, live on our YouTube channel. So go ahead and do so. I think what we have to do right now is, without a question, separate the longevity and the rings. Let's just talk about, the two best players to play in a backcourt together, because they're not gonna win that. You can't even have it right now.
Yeah.
Like, I'm looking at it to where Clay was such a great spot up shooter and defender.
Yep.
Amazing. Where Steph was obviously point guard, distributing all that with him being a shooter. So at their top, just incredible. Are they there with it? Some have already come in with where I already lost. There we go. I feel Steph and Clay from the 817 is the only duo that stacks up against Luka and Kyrie. Like Jordan and Kerr maybe, and maybe Magic, and I don't know. Well, Kerr didn't start. Kerr was only like a 4 or 5 shot attempt. But he had so Jordan had like Paxson and Harper, so we're not really, for the most part. Magic, it was Michael Cooper in the beginning. Cooper was more of a defensive player, and then he had Byron Scott. Oof. And that's awfully good, but
let's put some bumpers on this.
Oh, wait a minute. What am I talking about here? How we haven't even mentioned Isaiah and Dumars.
Yeah.
Okay, that's absolutely in the conversation with Steph and Clay. Joe Dumars and Isaiah Thomas were incredible. Defense, offense, and they weren't big guys. They're both small. They were amazing.
I think,
man, were they good.
We got to put some bumpers on this, though, of what we're actually...
See, Jordan and Pippen, we can't do that. Pippen was a forward.
That's what I'm saying. Are we just talking backcourt guards? Guards only.
Guards.
Because people are saying LeBron, D-Wade, Jordan, Pippen, defense, championships. I think what me and Will are talking about right now is 2 guards and the offensive side of the ball. That's at least what I'm talking about. Would you agree? How well they can put the ball in the basket, distribute, run an offense. Not how well does their defense play in the third quarter and how many championships they could win and all on their defensive versatility. Because those are 2 different conversations. Because I don't think Jordan and Pippen would obviously be that answer. If you're just talking about championships and two-way players and whatnot.
I mean, okay, let's not. Then we'll just keep widening the scope of the conversation, and then it'll be like 3 hours from now, and we have gotten nowhere.
KG and Paul Pierce. Oh, yeah, I know. Actually, funny enough, this whole conversation's been going on. Paul Pierce came, I don't know what network he did it on, but he said him and Ray Allen are in that discussion. Agree or disagree? As far as best offensive duos. Your face says it all. Will.
I don't know. It's pretty good. That's a stretch.
I think as long as players on that team are alive, we're never going to stop hearing about that chip.
Okay, we've got a couple good ones. What about Manu and Tony Parker?
You know what's remarkable? I think Ginobili came off the bench.
He did. Always. 6th man of the year after year. Bruce Bowen, starter.
Okay, LeBron handled the ball as much as Luka, but he's a forward.
I mean, it's hard to, because they also had a point.
Yeah, you always had a point guard on all those teams.
Yeah.
Even though, LeBron
wasn't actually checking in as the point guard.
Yeah.
Yes, he brought the ball up. Like Luka, when you look at the depth chart, is the point guard and bringing the ball up.
Okay,
all the time.
Let me ask you this.
Yes, sir.
2 questions.
2 answers.
Has the Celtics cakewalk hurt them? And who's impressed you the most with the Mavericks?
I think the Celtics cakewalk has hurt them a little bit, because when you look at the Mavs, they've gone through adversity in every series. They've had players getting injured in every series. They've had their star player be at hobbled 80, 60, 70%. I would say in that Clipper series, arguably it was like at 50%. Like literally everyone, is he a playoff joker? 3-point percentage was like 12%. And they're still finding ways to win series. Whereas the Celtics have had no adversity and they still, we talked about, haven't looked great.
Yeah. Like the adversity they have faced has been like game 1 against the Pacers. You're like, really?
What? Tyrese Halliburton was out game 3. I'm checking the box score, and they're down 15 in the third. They end up coming back and winning because the Pacers don't got anybody to close the game. But come on. You're down 15 in the third to the Mavs? That's game over.
They are having, if you just looked at box scores or just final scores, you'd be like, man, what a run they're having. They've had the most least impressive run from just my standpoint.
Yeah.
Of anything I've seen, that just has been, I don't know.
And you got to watch the game with your eyeballs.
They inspire zero confidence.
What was it? Was Jaylen Brown the game 1 or game 2 where he hit the game winner in the corner? Where they were down 3.
Game 1.
Game 1,
Yeah.
like, why are you in that position? Like, the Pacers are good.
Turning the ball over,
like the Pacers,
making bad
they're
decisions,
great.
coaching decisions.
The Celtics should be arguably beating them by 10, 12 points every game.
Yeah.
And they're taking last-second Jaylen Brown corner threes to tie it up, win. Like, I think the Pacers are good, but I don't see them as an Eastern Conference final. So I thought the Celtics would steamroll them every game, but they've been close. And then what was your second question?
Who's impressed you the most for the Mavs?
Obviously Luka and Kyrie. We've talked about them enough.
Ooh, somebody just popped in with Magic and Norm Nixon. Wow, that's so true. I totally forgot.
I can't speak on that.
I know. Before Michael Cooper was a year, maybe 2 years of Norm Nixon, then that was a good combo.
Yeah. What was some? Okay, people are saying D Wade and Ray Allen, but see, that's just like productivity. That's not like when I think of offensive talent. Like Ray Allen's a great shooter and he was a better driver early in his career. But when he was with D Wade, that wasn't like, oh my gosh, how do you stop this duo? They're gonna score every time down the floor. With Luka and Kyrie, there's almost a good chance every time down the floor, unless they miss, you're not gonna stop them. Those are two guys where Luka is 6'7" at the point guard position, and Kyrie's probably the best shot creator and ball handler we've ever seen. Reminds you a little bit of Kobe just as far as getting those difficult shots up. It's just no way really to stop them unless they miss or they turn the ball over. There's not a lot of defensive schemes that you can do to stop those guys. So y'all are sending in some great answers, but for me, it's Kai and Luke. I'm not going to lie to you. It's just as far as talent goes, achievements will come later. But if you just look at watching the game with your eyeballs and talent, those two are at the top of the list.
I'd have to dive deeper into some of those numbers because as much as I, with every inch of my being, hated the Pistons, especially those Pistons, damn, they were good. And it was because of a lot of things, but mainly because of Thomas and Dumars. And I'll give my answer a little later as to who I think has been the most impressive because it's not even close.
Did we miss any? I think we hit all the major ones. Whereas I just don't want to disrespect anybody that we left off. That was
no, because there's been at times where like Derrick Jones Jr. has done stuff. He was 3 of 3 from 3-pointers.
Yeah.
And I was like, wow, Derrick Jones Jr. And then PJ, who nobody was given any kind of shot to, coming out of Charlotte.
Someone said AI and Melo. Will's face.
When did they play together?
I'm thinking the same. I'm trying to make sure I'm not
memeing and trying to say Denver.
Did they play together in Denver? I know. Obviously, I don't.
Iverson. No.
I'm like, am I forgetting something?
I think that Denver is where Iverson's career basically came to an end.
Did he really play out there?
Basically no, but yes.
Oh, this is a good one.
I was like Chauncey Billups and Carmel. Look,
give me Chauncey Billups and Rip Hamilton.
All right,
that was fun.
Okay. Do more of that a little bit later here on 105.3 The Fan, also Twitch and YouTube. It's the G-Bag Nation. Will Chambers and Blake Elliott in today on this Memorial Day, and Ross Lubinski will talk about the Stars and get some perspective on that coming up top of the hour. Rangers get off the schneid. What's looking good despite a 6-game dip? That next year on The Fan.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, the entire morning family is back together again with Chop and Pepe returning from vacation. We got a lot of playoffs to talk about. It's a Tolo Tuesday on The Fan.
Wooly Bully back with you to tell you again about Prize Picks. Prize Picks, America's #1 fantasy sports app with more than 5 million members. The most
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Fan.
Back to the Get Right here. Not the Get Right. Back to the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan.
We got it
this
right.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Corey Seager, a big one last night. You got it right, by the way. But it's okay. Hey. Will Chambers and Blake Elliott, today's Memorial Day edition of the G-Bag Nation. Everybody back tomorrow. Hopefully all of our guys are G-Bag brothers, poolside somewhere.
Yep.
Enjoying a cocktail.
Got to.
N.A., of course, for Dawson. We'll talk with Chris Young coming up at 4:20 right here on your home of the Rangers. A 6-2 win, by the way. Also next hour, wait to hear this list of the overrated players in the NFL. I'd love when these come out. Just some serious shade. And appreciate everybody on the Frankel & Frankel injury attorney fan text and our Twolos and those on YouTube coming in with a lot of good stuff there from the 972. You laughed at the the AI Mello. It was the 06-07 season. I laughed because I didn't even remember Iverson in Denver.
I really did not either. I was trying to put my mind there, and I was like,
25 and 29 points per game, by the way.
I remember the baby blue jerseys. Was that Iverson in that? It's just, I just think Melo.
I just remember Chauncey.
Chauncey, ooh, Billups, baby.
Yeah, there you go. Corey Seager, couple of homers. Rangers beat the Twins 6-2. That ends a slide, a 6-game slide. Seattle was losing too, though. So that's the good news. Still, only 3 back. Seattle, of course, that the Rangers get a win. They get one as well. Day off today for the world champs. They get ready to host the Arizona Diamondbacks. So the Snakes coming in. The only really bright spot that we've got, because it's been an offensive lull, has been Corey Seager.
Pretty much.
His OPS in the last week is solid at 1.535.
Pretty good.
That's not bad. He's got a 10-game hitting streak with home runs in 6 of those. But I think when you start to go down and look at, what it's been in the last week, the last couple weeks, Evan Carter hasn't gotten a hit since, I think, the Nixon administration. Marcus Semien is really, really struggling after coming out of the gates hot early the first few weeks. And the bright side is that it's only May 27, and you've got the horses coming back, right?
You do. You got pretty much the entire team on the injured reserve. It's tough sledding right now for the Rangers, but it's no time to feel bad for yourself. I got a question for you. I'm looking on FanGraphs right now. What do you think the Rangers make playoff percentages right now? Now this is FanGraphs. This is just a site that calculates stuff. What do you think their percentage to make the playoffs is right now? Give you a hint. It's not high.
45%.
Oh, no. So the Mariners, they have a 56. The Astros, they have a 54. They have the Rangers at 16%.
What? Do they give an explanation? The Rangers are a half game ahead of the Astros.
They have the Astros.
Well, I mean, like, if you want to say that's a better chances or better odds, 54%, and then you've got the Rangers at like 50, 52,
I agree.
fine.
I agree.
But 54 and then 16%.
That's the drop off right now. They just, because of all the other division winners, they think that's going to happen. They have the Rangers finishing 78 and 83. That's what they think their record will be. And pretty much the opposite for the Astros. They have them 83 and 78.
So I was reading on ESPN.com where they were talking about the, what the biggest disappointments, so far, surprises from the MLB season. And every writer on there was like, well, look, it's a little bit early, to count the Rangers as a disappointment. And oh, by the way, they're in second place here. Like, let's not get too crazy here.
I just looked at 2 more graphs. They have them at 18%, and then another one has them at 33%. So nobody has them above 35%, at least on these 4 sites that I'm looking at currently.
I tell you,
27%.
At some point, though, I'm going to turn on this if it doesn't get any better.
And that's what I asked right before I left, because, we've been saying all year, it's a marathon, not a sprint. Like, it's still early in the season. Injuries, how long do we hold on to that? Or it's just like, hey, it's still...
Because the help coming back is mostly pitching.
Yeah.
And Wyatt Langford's on the IL, and he's supposed to be back, any time now? They said late May, early June. But the 2 guys that we thought coming into the season were heavy Rookie of the Year candidates with Evan Carter and Wyatt have looked anything but so far. Yeah. And nobody wants to give up on, young talent. We clearly saw what Evan Carter could do in the postseason as well, at the last part of the regular season when he was initially brought up. But, after you get 2 months into the season, now you're just kind of like, all right,
Carter,
you really need these players to step up. Otherwise, it's not going to do any help once the pitching gets better.
Carter is currently batting 188. Langford is batting a 224. And obviously Langford is on the IL. And like you mentioned, in the last week, Evan Carter is 0 for 12. Has not gotten a hit. Jonah Heim also struggling just with 2 hits in the last week. Jankowski, a lot of your Seager's been on, And we were waiting for that, and now everyone else seemingly forgot how to hit the ball. I mean, Leody Taveras is hitting the ball, but your 9-hole hitter.
Well, and this is something that, we'll ask, Chris Young, Rangers GM, coming up at 420 is, hey, look, at one point, does it become, a real concern? What's that timeline? Is there, now we're getting into the 2-month part of the season. And you can have different, ebbs and flows of a year, but now it is a slump in which even when they're winning games, I mean, look, Seager had to hit 2 home runs in order for them to put up enough runs on the board, to get a win 6-2.
And there was a guy that pitched last night that I'll be honest with you, hadn't heard of before he went on the mound. Gerson Garabito. Is that how you say it correctly? He ends up going with 3 2/3 and only allows 2 hits, 4 walks, 2 strikeouts. I thought he was pretty good. But, I mean, you just got into the point where you're calling guys up out of the minors, out of AAA, AA. I think our call is coming soon, Will. Maybe me and you pitching tomorrow.
Shoulder's not feeling good.
You can throw 75.
I don't know. I got a hangnail, too.
And see, the problem is even
what do you think you could throw right now?
Probably like 64. Like no training, just like raw, probably 64.
I'll tell you what, if I threw a pitch 65 miles an hour right now, I wouldn't be able to lift my arm past my shoulder for, maybe a month.
Yeah. I mean, it's probably lower because I had elbow surgery a couple years ago.
I believe, by the way.
Yeah. I think with training, it can definitely get up there.
Mm-hmm.
But, and I say that jokingly, but if I said that last year, but okay, well, at least if you keep it in the ballpark, you got this great defense behind you. The defense has been struggling a little bit too. And the bullpen, it's just been kind of all over for this team right now because currently, obviously, DeGrom and Scherzer haven't pitched all year. Evaldi, Gray, litany of injuries on the starting rotation. Their ERA is still in the top half of baseball for the starting pitchers at a 3.65, but the bullpen second worst in the majors at a 5.09 with 8 blown saves and 17 chances.
One of the big pieces of news that broke, late last night, was that the reigning National League MVP Ronald Acuna Jr. tore the ACL in his left knee.
Oof.
And is going to miss the rest of the year. So that's the second time that this has happened to Acuna in the last half decade.
Yeah.
Only 26 years old, but damn, it just so happened. I mean, one of the obviously best players in the game goes down once again for one of the best teams in the game. Although, last time this happened to him, they still won the World Series.
Man, and one of the most exciting players in baseball. It's sad to see him go down with that. And it sucks. It's just non-contact, him running the bases. Sucks for the game of baseball because he brings so many eyes to it. So seeing him go down is never something you want to see. But the Braves obviously probably had the most loaded lineup if you're not thinking about the Dodgers. So I think they'll be okay. But definitely maybe come postseason time, you'll miss his presence. But he was obviously got off to a little bit of a slow start, but was starting to pick it back up.
What a disappointment there.
Yep.
No doubt about it.
When do you think the last 2 times defending champions were under 500? That's what's happening right now with the Rangers and Diamondbacks about to play.
Yeah. I noticed that. I don't know.
It is right here, at least from Fox Sports. It says it happened in the shortened season in 2020 when the Astros and Nationals. And then in 1994, the Blue Jays and Phillies.
That makes sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
Along those lines, when you consider right now, okay, the Mavericks up 3-0.
Yep.
Got the series tied with the Stars and the Oilers. Game 3 from Edmonton tonight at 7:30. The Rangers, the defending world champions. What's the best year for a particular city? We're going to do that when we hit the expressway in the 5 o'clock hour. You didn't think that was going to go by without G-Bag actually being in the house on this Memorial Day? Oh, we're doing it.
Come on.
We're doing it. And we're also talking to Chris Young coming up at 4:20 today. But we will get back into the Stars and what needs to happen tonight. Because as we talked to Gavin Spittle Saturday morning, not only the boss, but part of the Spits and Suds podcast that he hosts with NHL insider Sean Shapiro and former NHLer, former star Craig Ludwig, and what he wanted to see in Game 2, especially early on. We did see that. It turned into a Game 2 win. He was on earlier today with Jake and CA. We'll get his thoughts as well as Joey Erickson on where they see this Game 3 tonight and who will have the edge in breaking this 1-1 tie. All as we open up Hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation next.
This nation is growing, and it's thanks to you. Let your friends know that the hottest afternoon show in town is G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app. Presented by Comerica.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Napa Silent Guard Brakes. So what do the following NBA superstars share in common, folks? That would be Curry, Embiid, James, Jokic, Beal, Durant, Lillard, Antetokounmpo, Leonard, George, Butler, Thompson, Gobert, Van Fleet, and Davis. They are the 15 highest paid players, but only one of them has made this year's Final Four. It's Rudy Gobert. I'm Boomer Esiason.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Bosch Power Tools. What hard workers deserve.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
If you find yourself hurt in an accident and it's not your fault this holiday weekend, the Frankels have your back. They would like to remind everybody defensive driving is the way. But unfortunately, everybody out there is not paying attention, not always being the safest. And when they hurt you, not your fault, we know here at the Fan the best people to call the Frankels. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. They help you make a full recovery. And that's very important when you're hurt, vehicle's busted up, you might need to go get medical attention. You might need an ambulance ride. These settlements can reach six figures because the money piles up and adds up very, very quickly. So what do the Frankels do? They make sure the other guy doesn't blame you, and then they make sure the other guy and his fancy insurance adjusters don't get you to settle for less, because that is their main objective. The guilty party out there is going to write the check. That is right when they cause the wreck, and that's why we love them up here at the Fan. So do what we do. Hurt not your fault. Call the Frankels. It's 214 or 817.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
On we go, hour number 2, the G-Bag Nation on this Memorial Day. In for our G-Bag brothers, Will Chambers, Blake Elliott, Russ Labinski. Appreciate you hanging with us, and a great day in which we honor those that gave the ultimate sacrifice for our freedoms. And we appreciate all you listening that have served our country. Also doing this today in memory of Bill Walton, who we lost earlier on this Memorial Day at the age of 81.
71, I think.
71, sorry. Just had it right in front of me, and it's 71. I did not realize that he had cancer. I don't know if anybody else out there. I know, Blake, you said that. I was, playing golf earlier. We heard the news breaking with Alec and James, and we all kind of looked at each other, and I was like, did you know he had cancer? But an absolute legend lost. We will talk Rangers coming up here in about a little less than 20 minutes from now as the Rangers general manager, Chris Young, will join us as usual today. Excited to talk to CY. But the big one tonight, Game 3, it's Stars and Oilers as the series moves the Western Conference Final to Edmonton, 7:30 this evening.
Are you excited?
Prediction?
I think this is a Stars W. I think they set the tone right here. I think you just saw Edmonton be the more aggressive team in Game 2 early on. I think they outshot Dallas like 14-5 shots on goal in that first period, and they weren't able to obtain a lead after that. Actually, the Stars ended up scoring first, and obviously Edmonton scored quickly in the second. But I just think now you're going to start seeing that depth come into play, and you're going to see Edmonton obviously is top heavy with Draisaitl and McDavid. We know how good they are, but they're going to have to make their presence known early. This isn't where you have to try to get back into it late. I think you're at home, and I think Dallas is going to try to take the crowd out of it early. And we'll see. We'll know how this game's going to go, I think, pretty early on.
So earlier this morning, it was great to listen today throughout the day on this Memorial Day as we're filling in for our regular lineup. And you had two of our newest members of the Fan Fam. Jake Rietma was on earlier with Chris Arnold. Following them, Alec Medford had James Tridy. It's Tridy, right?
I think it's just Tritley.
Tritley.
I think Tridy's kind of cool.
I had two T's in there and said it's a T and an L. But hey, sorry.
What up, Tridy?
Just met James for the first time. Awesome guy. Thought they were terrific today. And CA and Jake had our boss, the Hockey Hawk, on earlier, Gavin Spittle. And it was funny because we talked to him on Saturday as well on what he was looking for, especially early on. in game 2.
Yep.
To equalize the series. And that is what we saw. We saw physicality, and he talked a lot about, the defense, especially in the final 2 periods of game 2.
Yeah, it really is a feeling out process, this playoffs for the Dallas Stars, and you can see throughout the games that they get better and better and make the adjustments necessary if it's against Vegas or if it's against Colorado. And you saw an adjustment the other night where in the first game there were a lot of shots coming from the outside, and this second game they got in tighter. And third period was really interesting because if Edmonton had won that, they're going up 2-0 up to Rexall in Western Canada, but it's 1-1. Now we see the Dallas Stars on the road. They're the best road team in the NHL. And I agree, Chris, they were much better defensively in game 2, and Ottinger shines as he always does. We can't say enough about that goalie.
Mm-hmm.
I think sometimes we take him for granted and expect him to stop everything, but his goals against this playoffs is just over 2. His save percentage well above 900. He's playing great this playoff. Sure, goalies are going to have bad games. And guess what? Hockey series usually go to 6 or 7 because they're so tight. But at the same time, at the end of the day, I'll certainly take Jake Ottinger any day.
Yeah, I'll co-sign that. Jake Ottinger has been lights out for you. It feels like any game where he gives up more than 1 goal, you're like, what happened? Like he's been a stud for you. But even more on that, your defensemen, Chris Tanev and Miro have been lights out. I just got sent a stat by our producer, Chris Strong. Hear this. Miro has played 201 minutes over the past 7 games. And in those 201 minutes, not a single goal has been scored against Dallas, while 11 goals have been scored for Dallas in those 201 minutes. So he's a plus 11 in the goal department when he is on the ice.
Okay. I like that. Now, the Stars, you just heard Kevin Spittle say, the best road team in the NHL. They have won 13 of their last 15 road games. So that's what's going in the Stars' favor. What's going in the Oilers' favor is that they've won each of their last 4 games at Rogers Place following a road loss. And with Connor McDavid, Draisaitl going home, and this doesn't, this is series title 1. This isn't a must win. Yeah. But I will say that, took the words right out of my mouth. You go to play the first home game in the series, and if you get knocked off, that would be quite a tone set.
Yep. And I just got another text from Chris Strong, who loves watching some Dallas Stars hockey. He said he believes Stuart Skinner, who, if you don't know, is going to be Edmonton's goalie, has been overperforming his bold take. He said expect 5 goals from the Stars tonight. He thinks Stuart Skinner has been playing a little bit above his head, and the Stars will let it rain on the road tonight.
Speaking of, just getting a little rain starting here, right?
Like
where we are high above 75 in Fitzhugh.
I saw Dallas. The lightning. Man, on Memorial Day, people on the boat right now. Someone just got mad now.
Hopefully we've gotten enough hours poolside and in the lake to at least have a great Memorial Day before having it at 4 o'clock. But I'm with you. Really?
Somebody just someone just let out an explicit right there.
Yeah.
On the lake. Man.
Questions on for the boss. Kevin Spittle, is there an indication on Wyatt Johnston on how to play in game 3?
Yeah, absolutely. He's on the trip, and that's great.
There you go.
But we do have to say that with caution because Yanni Hakanpää has also taken some trips. But that allows you to go through morning skate. That allows, and Pete DeBoer said it's a game time decision. So I don't think they're going to force the issue, but I know he's close. And a lot of people thought that maybe he'd go the other night. I could see him going in one of these games, but at the same time, I don't think they're going to push it, nor should they, because, you don't want to aggravate something, and you don't want to push him back too fast. What Roope Hintz does for this Stars offense, he provides a lot of speed And, obviously when he enters the lineup, everyone drops down. So the Stars already have outstanding depth, and it gets even better. One of the adjustments, we talked about adjustments that Pete DeBoer also made, Radek Foxer couldn't go the other night, and they brought in Ty Dellandrea. And I think that people forget that Ty Dellandrea was a number one pick for the Stars a few years back. And we think of number one picks, and they're all going to flourish and have 50, 60 points. But one of the things that Ty Dellandrea really provides is energy. And if you look at game one, that energy was kind of lacking at times. They did push in the third period, but you did see a lot more energy of the Stars. So I really like Ty Dellandrea in the lineup, and I wouldn't be surprised if Ty Dellandrea stays in the lineup for this game 3 because, you're on the road, and like I said, the Stars are the best team on the road. But one of the things that, as fans, when we watch the game, you have to, it's called the 10-minute rule. You have to withstand the early crowd. You have to withstand the 10 minutes of the game in which Edmonton's going to have all the adrenaline. If you can do that, and if you can survive the first period, I think you'll be fine. The Stars have shown that they don't let these things faze them when they're on the road.
So, along with that, and how about this as a tone setter? What was really interesting is, remember in game one, how could anybody forget here, the non-goal Connor McDavid, wide open, 2 sticks right in there, and Otter, and you're like, God, I thought that happens 1,000 times, 999 of them, he gets it into the net. And they still get the win. Afterwards, Connor McDavid's pissed after a win. And then what happened in game 2? And we were wondering in our conversation, CA and Gavin and I, what was he going to bring to the table in game 2?
Nothing.
Like the first time in the playoffs where he hasn't had a point.
No points.
Unbelievable.
Or dry
So
time.
now you go home and beat them and see if, what. I expect McDavid to come out and have a big game. I'm honestly going to pick the Oilers to win this game. I think the Stars are going to win the series, and I think they're a better team. They're a deeper team. But it would really surprise me if you held McDavid down enough to where he's not enough of a factor to get a win at home in the first home game of this series.
I can agree with that. I like that point. I think McDavid's going to come out strong, going to come out firing, and we've noted it. There's a couple injuries.
Yeah.
On the Stars team, they're not exactly the healthiest, and I think they're fine, but there's some lines that are getting changed. Pete DeBoer's had to do a lot of line adjustments, putting guys in different spots. We've seen Robo not have his best series last couple games without his Rope Hintz, his skating partner out there. So just been some different things. So I could see them getting off to a little bit of a slow start like they did in game 2. It'll just be on Edmonton. Can they capitalize, like Gavin Spittle said? I said his last name. Like Gavin said, in those first 10 minutes at home. So I think if they can weather the storm, it could get scary for Edmonton. But like you said, Connor McDavid at home looked to be a tone setter.
Did either of you guys make it to any of the first 2 games here?
I was in a different continent.
Oh, that's right. You're in Aruba.
Ross?
Seeing Connor McDavid.
I wish.
That's, that's the biggest star that you've got. If Connor McDavid walked in here right now, would you be starstruck? Who would? Or what would it take for you guys to get starstruck? Who would have to walk in this door right now? Or how many could it possibly?
Probably Michael Jackson.
Well, considering he's dead, it'd be a little bit more than starstruck.
15 years now. That would be really concerning.
That would be too. That's some serious Beetlejuice energy right there.
I'm trying to think because there's 2 ways of starstruck. I'm thinking ladies, and I'm thinking role model guys.
No, let's not do ladies, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Because that's a whole different ball game.
I'd still be starstruck. Wow, that is Britney Spears.
Well, yeah, true. But what I'm saying is, if some gorgeous woman walks in here, we're all gonna, whoa.
Regardless of her status.
Yeah, no doubt. Right. If they are, a celebrity, that just adds to it. But that's why I eliminate it, because it just would be there already. For me, I don't know. I think that it has to be, for you to be totally starstruck.
Probably Michael Jordan.
This is just, right. I was going to say a Michael Jordan or somebody from my childhood.
Yeah.
That was a huge star. Because otherwise, they're not contemporaries, but you're closer to it.
Yeah, I can't really name anybody because not to flex, but I go to the Mavs game, so I see LeBron and KD, so it's not like a starstruck anymore. But I'd probably say if I ran into Michael Jordan, I probably wouldn't know much to say. So I think someone in base.
I've got a pretty good one. On one of my first days training here at the Fan, home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers. But yeah, one of my first days in, I was training under our guy Reggie, and we had Derek Holland in the studio, and I was like, wait a minute, I know that guy. That's like my pitcher growing up. And Reggie was like, do you want to meet him? And I was just like,
What about Mike Trout? No.
I mean, look, he's a huge star, but honestly, it'd have to be like Jimmy Page. Jimmy Page walked in here, I'd crap myself.
See, I'm probably not going to name any athletes. That's the thing. We're around it too much. It'd have to be like a
817 believes Mike Bassick.
We have met him. Pretty cool guy.
From the 682, Ben Sagan Pavelski. No one even know who Connor McDavid is when they saw him. That's probably pretty true for a lot of people, even though he is the greatest hockey player on planet Earth.
You got their helmets on.
Yeah. Will Blake get starstruck when we talk with Chris Young? Find out next here on The Fan.
Rolling home with some laughs, fellowship, and quality sports conversations. It's the G-Bag.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Souvenir cup to wash it down, all for $5, only for a limited time.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at krd-fm.org and state-of-the-art weight loss or soda, but also Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Like most of America, the Rangers with the day off following the 6-2 win over the Minnesota Twins on Sunday. It's the G-Bag Nation Memorial Day edition. Will Chambers, Blake Elliott here with you with Ross Lubinsky. Appreciate you hanging out with us, and happy Memorial Day to all of you out there, and to in particular those that have served and with friends and family that have given the ultimate sacrifice for our country. Chris Young set to join us. His show brought to you by PlayScore and Anheuser-Busch. So let's head out to the D&M Leasing Hotline and talk with CY. Chris, first off, happy Memorial Day. It's the first time I've had a chance to talk with you, so it's great to meet you. Hopefully you're enjoying the holiday.
Hey, guys. Thank you. Happy Memorial Day to you guys as well. And, yes, it's been nice to have a little bit of an off day today and kind of regroup from a tough road trip and hopefully start getting ready for a 2-game homestand and start changing our luck a little bit and turning the season around.
How hard is it to come up with different answers to questions when you're going through a hitting slump? Like, what else can you really do here? The things are what they are.
Yeah, it's hard. It really is, because we've seen what our guys are capable of. And last year, we led the league in the American League in runs scored, and really it's more or less the same offensive group. And so, when you see them all go cold at once, and certainly we're missing a couple guys with Wyatt Langford out and Josh Young, but to see the rest of them go cold and not be able to put up the runs that we're accustomed to seeing, it makes it tough. That said, we know that these guys are really good. We know that they're going to bust out, and we know that there's better baseball ahead. So, can we help them bust out quicker? Can we accelerate that that timeline in which we kind of get back to being ourselves? And, ultimately, there are some positive takeaways, too, which I try not to dwell on the negative too much. But that said, there's no doubt it's been a tough stretch, and our guys are scuffling. And I'm hopeful that yesterday was the first sign of us coming out of it.
Yeah, and, led by Corey Seager with the 2 home runs, and, with the offensive struggles the last month, particularly the last few weeks, it has not been with Corey Seager. With all the baseball that, you've lived through, you've played, and now being in the front office, have you seen it to where things can turn around just because you get one guy that's hot and others can feed off that?
Oh, no doubt. And especially when it's somebody like Corey. I mean, we're talking about a player who was second in MVP voting last year. And Corey has the ability, when he gets hot, to really carry the team for a period of time. And he did that yesterday with the 2 home runs. He's been swinging the bat so well recently. It's been fun to see. Got off to a little bit of a slow start, mainly because of the injury and the surgery. I mean, honestly, Corey pushed so hard to be back out there on the field. He was, really 3 months removed from surgery, a major surgery, and out there playing Major League Baseball. The game's hard enough to play when you're healthy, much less when you're injured. And Corey would never make excuses, but I think we all recognize that he wasn't 100%. And I think we're starting to see a fully healthy Corey Seager now, and it's really encouraging. It's really exciting. But there's some other guys around him that we need to get going, guys that I think are showing a few signs of life yesterday. And my hope is that we, as cold as we went at one time, my hope is that we all get hot at the same time And if we keep pitching, especially our starting pitching, if we keep doing what we've done there, we'll be in pretty good shape.
Well, hey, CY, this is Blake. Also the first time I get the pleasure of speaking with you, and I want to stay with that with starting pitching and injuries. You bring up a guy like Gerson. What is that process like for a guy that's in AAA to kind of get called up last second and make a spot start or make starts in the future? Is that kind of when is that phone call made, or the guy's ready? Is that rush? Like, just kind of take us through that and getting guys ready.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. It starts with really an evaluation amongst our pitching group in the front office. We've had multiple scouts in to see our AAA team throughout the first 6 or 7 weeks of the season, and really keeping an eye on all of our guys there, see who's going well, who's not. And we constantly, almost a daily discussion as to what our needs are, who's throwing at AAA in the next few days, what if we need length, what if we need a short late inning reliever, what if we need a spot start, and we kind of line these things up. So with Gerson, it was several days in advance. We kind of moved his start back, knowing that it was likely he may start in the big league Sunday. So I think he was scheduled last Thursday to pitch for Round Rock. So we, going back to maybe last Tuesday, said, hey, we want to put this on your radar. Let's scratch his start Thursday. Let's have him throw a bullpen. Let's have him ready for Sunday in the event we need him. And then I think we made the final call maybe on Thursday. So we gave him several days' notice to prepare. And ultimately, he came up and he did a very good job. I think for his first big league game, playing for a team that's really scuffling and going in and giving us a chance to win, keep us in the game against a pretty good Minnesota lineup. It was really impressive. And I think he showed a real maturity. He attacked the strike zone for the most part. And, something I think that we were pretty excited to see and something to build on.
And I kind of want to stay on the starting pitching. I just want your thought process on the psyche of when your offense is struggling a little bit and pitchers, as we've seen, have been getting injured left and right, it feels like, for the Texas Rangers, unfortunately, this season. Do you think any part of that kind of plays into the next guy that's going out there, that maybe they're pressing and trying to make an impactful start? Or do you think they're just out there playing their game, kind of through the psyche of all that's been going kind of up and down for the Rangers this season?
Hey, look, it's another really good question. I used to get asked all the time as a pitcher, hey, did you try harder? Did your focus increase when, you knew the team needed you or when it was a big game? And my answer would be, well, no, I treated every game the same. I wanted to do my best in every game. And our pitchers are the same. They want to do their best in every single game they pitch. That said, they understand when the offense isn't going well. They understand that they have the opportunity to step up and throw a shutout and give the team 7 scoreless and really try to take some pressure off the offense. And everybody wants to be the guy to step up and do that. So while naturally you try to say, I'm not doing anything differently, I'm not treating the start any differently, the reality is that they're humans and they want to go out and they want to pick their teammates up. We've got a great group of guys that really care about one another and they do want to pick each other up. And so it's human nature to want to go out and maybe put a little more pressure on yourself to be the guy to stop the streak. And I don't think our pitchers have really have suffered because of that. I think that they've done their best to go out and really give us a chance to win. I think the string of starting pitching we've had, maybe one bad start in the last 7 or 8 games, but beyond that, I think that the starting pitching's done a wonderful job of giving us a chance, and we just haven't been able to come up with the runs that we're accustomed to seeing. So I really commend the pitching group for what they've done and the way these guys have thrown. We are going to get some reinforcements here. It looks like Nate Eovaldi is going to come off the IL tomorrow, which will help us. John Gray is doing well from his groin strain and should be eligible in and around the 15-day time period when he gets back. We just got Dane Dunning back, so we're turning the right direction. Max Scherzer is starting to feel a lot better. He's turned the corner, and our hope is that Cody Bradford will have some improvement here soon too. So I think things are trending the right direction. That said, I know how fragile pitching is, and we can never have enough.
Well, and saying that with Eovaldi, are you going to try to get him, some minor league starts before bringing him up to the club?
Look, we were leaning towards giving him minor league rehab starts. I think we've kind of changed paths here, and he's likely, I'm not going to say 100%, but I think likely to start against Arizona either tomorrow or Wednesday, piggybacked by, a starting pitcher, someone who's been in the rotation. So whether that's Andrew Heaney or whomever else, but I think we're likely to see Nate in the Major League game, likely tomorrow night.
could be a huge, bump for the Rangers, especially with some morale and getting some of those guys back. You've had to deal with so much of this year. Is there any kind of time frame with Max at this point, or is it still just kind of feeling it out?
No, Max threw a pretty lengthy bullpen today, actually, and he felt very good. We'll see how he feels coming out of it tomorrow. I think the next steps would be either another bullpen or a live BP and then get him back out on a rehab start or two. But, he had made so much progress leading up to when he kind of had this irritation in the nerves. So I think we've got it calmed down. Now we got to respectfully, cautiously build him back up, respect what his body's telling us, and then make sure he's ready to go. But everything's pointing the right direction right now. I'm hoping that in 10 days to 2 weeks we'll be in a good spot with Max, and he'll be relatively close to rejoining our rotation.
That's really good news right there. Yeah. We're joined by Chris Young today here, of course, brought to you by PlayScore and Anheuser-Busch here on 105.3 The Fan. Evans really struggled. What are you seeing? How do you try to kind of inject, some confidence, or what are you trying to do with him to not feel like that the world is falling apart?
Yeah, it's really hard for young players, and all young players go through struggles. And Evan is certainly no different in that regard, but he has such great aptitude. He's going to get through this. He will come out of it, and he'll be better for it. That said, and Evan would be the last person to make excuses, and so I'll do it for him. But he has been battling some back discomfort. I think that we're at a point now where it's clearly impacted him. He's not himself at the plate, and I think we really need to evaluate what's best for Evan. Do we back him off and maybe IL him, let the back calm down? He's tried to fight through it. It's impacting him. There's no doubt about it. He doesn't look like the same guy up there. And really, even now, his work in between games, he's not able to do some of the things he's accustomed to as well. So I think that we've got to really evaluate this and kind of back him off. These guys are really tough. They play through things that you can't imagine and you never even hear about. And so I respect Evan wanting to be out there, but I think the appropriate thing to do and the prudent decision is to really kind of back Evan off a little bit and give him a little time to recover, get his swing right, and get a fully healthy Evan Carter back out there. And when we get that guy, he's going to be really good. We don't think it's anything serious. But it is some muscle and discomfort that hasn't had a chance to really calm down because we've needed him. He knows how important he is to our team, and he's tried to push through it. That said, I think we're gonna evaluate that in the next couple days and decide what's best for Evan, what's best for the team, and try to get him going here.
It's tough. I have the same thing. I'm trying to explain it to somebody else on, like, when my golf game goes to crap. I'm like, I just need to step away for just a few weeks, let it go, and get all the thoughts out of my head. That's where I'm going with
if your golf game's like mine, the more I practice, the worse I get.
Exactly. Sometimes you just can't get the bad thoughts out of your head. You just need to walk away from it.
No doubt.
Chris, thank you so much for your time. It's been a pleasure. We love listening to you each and every week, and we're as hopeful as you are. Yeah, we're as hopeful as you are that you're turning around.
I'll say really quickly is just a shout out to the Mavs and the Stars. I'm so excited for them. I was at the Mavs game last night. What an environment. The place was rocking. And for DFW sports fans, they've waited a long time to have teams this good. And I'm really, really happy for all of our fans in this Metroplex. And let's hope these two teams can go get a championship as well.
Hey, this will be giving something away that we're going to bring up later. But you guys are the ones that started it.
Yep.
It could be the first time that a city may have 3 sitting champions. It's happened with 2 of them. We can get the Stars, but thanks to you guys, we already got one in the books.
Well, I'd love to see that happen, and then I'd love to see us continue that and put the pressure back on us because the DFW sports fans are wonderful. I obviously am one of them. I grew up here. I know how much this city, these teams mean to our fans, and it'd be wonderful to see the Mavs and Stars pull it off, so I'm rooting like heck for them.
It's been awesome, no doubt. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it.
Guys, have a great week. Thank you.
You too. That is Chris Young. Brought to you by PlayScore and Anheuser-Busch.
Well,
I have such a tendency. It's like one of the things I do because most of the people that we talk to, that we interview, like we're doing our shows, are like friends of mine. It's the first time I met. So thank you, my friend. I was like so used to always saying that. He's awesome. He's great. I feel like I know him.
I feel like I know him
Listening
too.
to G-Bag every Monday. Some interesting things, obviously,
He gave
there.
us a lot.
Nathan Eovaldi is coming off of the IL tomorrow. How close Scherzer is.
Bullpen session today.
And Evan Carter as well. And dealing with some things. And you're just like, man, watching him last, it's such a departure from what we saw. And that's honestly why I kind of, the analogy of the golf game really is because I'm just like, oh man, sometimes you just need to really step away when it's really bad.
It's bad news to hear, but it's also good news. Bad that he's dealing with something, but then it makes sense for why he's been struggling at the plate with the back problems and the spasms and whatnot. So something we'll monitor over the rest of the show and the rest of the week.
And I want to look back a little bit here because when we hit the expressway in the 5 o'clock hour, we're going to talk a little bit about the best sports years for particular cities in the 817. We're living it right now here, baby. Woo. DF Dub City.
DF Dub City.
That's somebody that knows their radio history. All right, let's take a trip around the NFL a little with OTAs going on. And who are the most overrated players at each position? Is that where we're going next?
Yes, sir. And there is a Cowboy on the list.
Oof, that's next here on The Fan.
I'd been putting it off forever, but I finally did it, and I couldn't be happier, and that is getting LASIK eye surgery.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Hard to stop a train.
The Rangers enjoy an off day today and tomorrow open up a 2-game set at home against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Hi, everybody. This is Matt Hicks inviting you to join Eric Nadel, Jared Sandler, and me. Our coverage of tomorrow's game gets underway at 6:30 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Back to the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. The upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Will Chambers, Blake Elliott with you with Ross Lubinski. Today's G-Bag Nation Memorial Day edition as we take today to honor those that have given the ultimate sacrifice for our country and our freedom. Hopefully you're enjoying your day off, or if you're not taking a day off, whatever you may be doing, because we're not. We're certainly enjoying this. We've got an injury update coming up on the Mavericks, on Derek Lively, Maxi Kleba. We'll have that at the top of the hour, 5 o'clock. Also, the tributes pouring in for Hall of Famer Bill Walton, who died today at the age of 71. And obviously, you know, the great NCAA basketball player for UCLA, two-time champion there, a two-time NBA champion. But I think for most of us, yours truly included, what he gave us in life, post-basketball at least, as a commentator and a number of different things. Just a man that gave tremendous joy, and we will be giving some of those tributes because they are good ones. Yep. We all want, a day like today would come if, when it did, that we'd have to hear a lot of Bill Walton audio, and we will in the Expressway. Also wanted to pass along here before we get into some OTA discussion around the NFL. Severe thunderstorm warning for Dallas County will be in effect until 5:30. Already seeing online here some little, I'd say, marble size hail that had come down.
Will the weatherman
downtown? Well, I will defer to another. Let's see. I'm just seeing here from the Delcas. New severe thunderstorm warning for The same storm as it now moves from downtown Dallas towards southeastern Dallas County. Storm is producing lots of pocket change size hail with some stones up to golf ball size. So there you go. And again, Dallas County until 5:30.
Texas is so weird. Hot, cold, humid,
Dude,
rainy, sunny.
Okay, I teed off today at 8 o'clock in the morning up in Frisco. It was so hot and humid. And then by like 10 o'clock, it became much more palatable. It was like a breeze. It became like so much better. Now today, I mean, as we're sitting here perched up on the 11th floor, high above 75 in Fitzhugh, as I look south to downtown Dallas, we got the sun shining coming down west, and yet it still looks like it is storming downtown.
It's
a wild
It's
scene.
an interesting state, but we love it. It's the best state, Texas.
There you go. Now take us around, if you will, Blake.
Yes. I was looking
OTAs and overrated players. Give it to us.
I was looking through some lists and saw Bleacher Report. They put out a list. The NFL's most overrated player at each position entering the 2024 season. And I'll ask you, Will, what position do you want to start with? And I'll tell you the player that's overrated, or you can guess.
The most overrated player.
Just name a position. What position you want to start at?
Quarterback. Is it Dak Prescott?
It is not Dak Prescott. Any other guesses? AFC.
How do you even... All right, let's just say this. Because I know we'll get hit up 877-881-1053 on the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line that I don't even know how to determine anymore, because Dak was incredible in the regular season. He's not an overrated quarterback for how he played in the regular season, but he may be overrated in the sense of what you need as a franchise quarterback, because he folds like a lawn chair in the playoffs. So I'll just say that. It's so difficult to try to even label everything. So you said the most overrated, it's in the AFC.
Yep.
This is according to who? Bleacher Report?
This is Bleacher Report. Do you want me to tell you who wrote it? Alex K, if that
I
helps
don't
you.
know.
Okay.
So all according to Alex K, right?
Yep.
Tua Tagovailoa.
Nope, but you're close. Same age range.
Trevor Lawrence?
Plays for a blue team. Blue and gold. Out on the West Coast.
You said in the AFC.
Correct.
Blue and gold. Justin Herbert?
Yep.
Wow.
It says Justin Herbert is the third highest paid player in terms of average salary at $52.5 million.
Ross, how do we feel about this list already?
I don't love it.
I'm not.
It's the opposite of McDonald's. I'm not loving it.
It says, unlike his highly paid counterparts, Herbert hasn't had any playoff success.
Yeah.
He's 30-32 in the regular season with one playoff game, which was an ultimate choke job. And it says that he 66% of his throws, he completed 17,000 yards, only one Pro Bowl, and has been far from consistent.
Okay, all right. Not a whole lot of lies that were told in there. I guess I'm just kind of a Herbert fan.
I am too. I'm a Herbert guy. But I think when you look at top three money, I need more than one playoff choke job. That's all you have given to me, and not even a winning record in the regular season. With a pretty good roster, I think most people say just on paper.
So I'm trying to think if there's anybody that I think that's really. I threw Tua out there just because I think a lot of people. Oh, I think that Tua is a good quarterback, but there are just
He's not making big
a lot of
money yet.
limitations.
Not making big money yet, so I think money plays a big part in this. How much am I paying you versus what you're giving me? Not do I think you're good or not.
And I tell you what, did you just pop on with the Trevor Lawrence? Did I hear that? Did that kind of go by the bow? That's not a bad one.
I would agree with that one.
That's the one I
Mike
figured they were
Bassick's
going
not
to
going to like
so
that,
that's why
but
I'm surprised by that one.
I'm surprised that he hasn't.
But he beat the guy on this list. That was the choke job.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, what position you want to go to next?
Wide receiver.
Wide receiver. Any guesses?
Hint. Let's go hint.
AFC.
AFC wide receiver.
Really did really good last year. Really good. Won a playoff game.
What's the dude in Baltimore? Flowers?
Nah, not Zay Flowers. He's a veteran too. This isn't a young guy. This is a veteran. I can give a really big hint if you want. It will pretty much.
No.
Okay.
Won a playoff game.
Any guesses? 877-881-1053. text in your answer. Who's the most overrated wide receiver in the entire National Football League? He plays in the AFC according to this list. They did win a playoff game last year, and their primary colors.
Stephon Diggs.
And I'm not going to lie, I'm going to agree with that one. I think he's a great talent, but he is coming off 4 consecutive Pro Bowl appearances, but his star power seems to be quickly fading. After opening the season with 5 100-yard-plus outings and 6 touchdowns in his first 7 games, after Week 8, he failed to eclipse even 87 yards in any of his final 10 games, in 2 outings with less than 7 catches. Oh, he only had 2 outings with more than 7 catches. My bad.
Here is where I am with wide receivers, and that is you are completely beholden to your quarterback throwing you the football. Now, obviously, you have to be able to get yourself open, right? Otherwise, they're not going to throw you the ball unless you're not open or should be open. But if they're not designed for you, you know what I mean? That's where it becomes kind of like difficult for me. Somebody just texted in OBJ, 817.
He's not, but I know where he's at, so I don't think he's over. I just know he's just.
But doesn't it feel like if you watched Ravens games last year, that every time he touched the ball, he did something? I'm like, why don't they go to him more often?
Yeah.
So I sometimes struggle with that.
This is Diggs' last couple playoff games against Kansas City. He had 3 passes on 8 targets for 21 yards in the playoffs, guys. And then last year against the Bengals, 10 targets for 4 catches and 35 yards against the Bengals.
Okay, so then that would qualify, right? I mean, if you're getting a lot of targets and not a lot of catches or not a lot of yards, then that...
Not even over 40 yards, and he's getting 10-plus targets.
Okay, then that qualifies.
Okay.
A couple of people texted in Odell Beckham Jr., but where is he even ranked?
See, that's
or like, what do people...
In my head, he's in the mid-30s, 40s. Like, I have him appropriately ranked, I think, for what he puts on the field. I'm not like, he's a top 10 receiver. You should, like... I don't think most people...
You think that there's 30 to 40 receivers better than Odell Beckham Jr.?
Yeah. I'd probably put him around that 35-ish range. I think I could easily name 30.
Okay.
We'll do it in the break.
All right.
All right, name another position. And you can do defense as well. Don't have to always be offense. Any position you want.
Linebacker.
Who's your guesses? Okay. He's in the NFC.
Is he on a new team?
He's on a new team, but his last team was also the NFC. And both of these teams that he was on and is on currently, the Cowboys have played in the playoffs in the last two years. Yes.
No way. It's not Fred Warner.
No. Last 3 years. My apologies. Not last 2.
David? Levante David?
Think you're right there. Other guy, but not Levante David.
Or the other guy that was with him in Tampa Bay that went over to Green Bay.
Yeah. Or he went to the Eagles. Devin White.
Okay, that's right.
So I don't know if let's see what he has to say about this one, because I'm a big Devin White guy. I thought he's got a good nose for the ball, but it says that he had 91 tackles, 4 fumbles, including 2.5 sacks and 1 interception. The following year, he had 140 tackles, 9 sacks. Things have started to go down as he had a PFF grade of 36 this past season, and was a liability in coverage and allowed a completion rate of 75% in every game. So I guess he was just kind of out there just hanging out when his contract took a big jump as he signed a 1-year, $4 million contract with the Eagles, which has $16 million worth of incentives. I think when you start seeing those incentive-based contracts, you know that it's like, hey,
right.
We've seen it before, but we're not really the prove-it deals, pretty much.
Good text in here, too, on the Frankel and Frankel fan text from the 812. A lot of Herbert's issues have been due to head coaching decisions. Let's see what he does now, then we can pass judgment.
But we could say
I don't disagree with
we could say that about a lot of players, though.
Sure.
You can always use the coach, the defense, the receiver. That can always be a stopgap. At some point, you got to win.
I think a lot of times coaching gets blamed way too much. Mm-hmm. I don't. I think in the Chargers situation, pretty much warranted. All right, wait. Are there any Cowboys on this list?
There is a Cowboys on this list. You want to guess who it is?
What's the position?
Running back.
Oh. They do Zeke dirty like that?
I didn't make the list. I did not make the list.
This Joey K, or what was his name? Alex K. Alex K.
Matty K. My bad, Matty K. Wherever you are out there. It says, after losing Tony Pollard at the start of free agency, the Cowboys opted to not select a starting running back in the 2024 draft. Instead, they re-signed Ezekiel Elliott to a one-year deal shortly after the draft concluded. Elliott mustered only 31 yards on 12 carries in the 23-17 loss against San Francisco in the 2022 wildcard round. And
we got a Twolo that actually did get the digs. So
they got it
Dilly
right?
Gaff 1947. Yeah, I just want to shut you out.
Oh, wow.
I said Parsons on there. Oh.
It's worth
You
noting
want that smoke?
Zeke Elliott is fresh off a career worst season with the New England Patriots. He finished with 642 yards and 3 touchdowns on 184 carries. What is that yards per carry? Let's see. Let's do quick math right here.
It's in Eddie George area.
642 divided by 184, 3.4 yards per carry. And it says he's due to make $2 million in 2024, a far cry from the $90 million deal he signed with Dallas in 2019.
All right. 2 down, 2 to go. We are about to hit the expressway. Before we do so, we'll talk Mavs, give you an update on Derek Lively and Maxi Kleber's injury ahead of Game 4 and the possible clincher for the Mavericks next here on The Fan.
Commercial-free G-Bag. Salute. It's our commercial-free Expressway. Afternoons at 5:20 on 105.3 The Fan and on our Odyssey app. Presented by Comerica.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. San Antonio is contemplating how to spend its 4th and 8th overall NBA draft picks. When you rebuild around Victor Wembanyama, the results will be special. Because the 20-year-old, yes, he's only 20, 7'4" Frenchman is special. A unanimous Rookie of the Year, Wemby's also the first ever rookie to earn all defensive first team honors as well. I'm Boomer Esiason.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Bosch Power Tools. What hard workers deserve.
Looking for a new show to dive into? Well, go to Hulu and see what's new, because Hulu has new stuff all the time. Like the full season of FX's epic limited series Shogun, FX's new international spy thriller The Veil, starring Emmy and Golden Globe winner Elizabeth Moss, and don't miss the all-new crime series Under the Bridge, inspired by shocking true events and starring Riley Keough and Lily Gladstone. It's all new and it's streaming right now on Hulu.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tolos, when it's time to get that brand new Ford car, truck, or SUV, look no further than the #1 North Texas Ford dealership. That is Platinum Ford in Terrell. It's Gilchrist Automotive between I-20 and Highway 80, just minutes from the Metroplex, and it's always worth that short drive to Terrell because you're going to save a lot more every time you go looking for that brand new Ford at Platinum Ford. I was in the car business for a couple of years. Don't go buying that Ford anywhere else. I guarantee you the best buying experience you've ever had when you go see General Manager Adam Vinci and his team. Always massive savings everywhere you look at Platinum Ford, and Adam's a big-time Tolo, so he's just going to be rolling out that Tolo VIP red carpet for you, getting you in your dream Ford vehicle at your dream price. Right now, you can get that SUV 2023 Explorer XLT, 0% APR for 60 months, saving almost $10K off MSRP. Maybe it's a work truck action. 2023 F-150 XLT, under 2% APR for 72 months, saving almost $6K off MSRP. And of course, Adam's going to throw in that bedliner at no charge. Always looking to hook you up at Platinum Ford. Always have the Super Duties in stock as well if you're looking for that power stroke. Customize at PlatinumFord.com, or just call and ask for our friend General Manager Adam Vinci. Drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
I'm Jeff Stewart with Reliant Air Conditioning. Before selecting an AC company, please take 10 minutes to go read Google reviews. There's an epidemic of salesmen disguised as technicians trying to con people into buying new systems. The reviews are all the same. The tech comes out, disappears for 10 minutes, then says you need a whole new system for 15 grand. Those lucky enough to get a second opinion often report there was nothing wrong with their system in the first place. At Reliant Air Conditioning, our techs don't work on commission and they don't sell new systems. While we're certainly not perfect, I personally get involved with every negative review.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, it's
Sports Nation.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation.
Let's do this.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, it's hour 3, the G-Bag Nation Memorial Day edition. Will Chambers and Blake Elliott here with you with Ross Lubinsky in the Pimp Cup. Hopefully you all are enjoying some time as we honor those who served and gave the ultimate sacrifice for our country today, this Memorial Day weekend. Looking ahead to game number 4, and I've got some advice that I need you all to heed, if possible, in just a few minutes. And that will be Minnesota, the Timberwolves, and the Dallas Mavericks on Tuesday night, tomorrow night, 7:30 at the American Airlines Center. Derek Lively, 18 consecutive field goal makes him. That's tying an NBA record, tying Chris Anderson for the most consecutive field goals made in the playoffs, and has the highest player efficiency rating. My esteemed colleague told me during the break. That is amazing. And
by a rookie.
Incredible. And as we open up this hour, we do so with some breaking news.
Yes, breaking news on 105.3 The Fan is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. If you're wondering about Derek Lively, if you're wondering about Maxi Kleber, well, tune your ears because I've got your update for you. Dallas Mavericks center Derek Lively II is listed as doubtful for tomorrow's game against the Minnesota Timberwolves with the neck sprain. No concussion has been reported, so that is good news. There is no concussion. It's just going to be the neck sprain.
There is, and now I even have more of an update.
Let's do it.
Yeah, just not too long ago. Chris Haynes of Bleacher Report, the NBA on TNT, Derek Lively will not play in Game 4. All right, so
I was going to say, if they're doubtful, not a single Mav has played all year.
Chris Arnold told me this a couple of weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
If the Mavericks, like in a playoff game, if they're listed as doubtful, they ain't playing.
They're not playing.
Questionable, still questionable. So, and I think you and I were talking about this off air, where it's just like, you're up 3-0. Like,
you don't risk it.
Why play him?
And now I will get into a little bit later when we're talking Mavs on what not having Derek Lively out there is going to do to this team. But first, let me finish with Maxi Kleber. So as you know, Maxi has been out since May 3rd, and he was massive. Remember, he was leading the entire playoffs in 3-point percentage, couldn't miss. He is now listed as questionable for the first time since he's been out with that injury. So he is coming back. Remember, he shot 55% against LA in that first round. So he is questionable. So we'll see if he's available for tomorrow. If I had to guess and hypothesize, I think he'll play, especially with Lively being out. I'm sure that decision was kind of hand in hand, like, hey, Lively get a break. Maxi's ready. I love Dwight Powell. I don't think they want him getting true rotation minutes in a closeout game. So I'm assuming we see maybe some PJ at the 5, some Maxi, but mainly Daniel Gafford manning the 5. But Derek Lively out, Maxi Kleber questionable.
Earlier today, as Chris Arnold was joined by one of our newest fan members, Jake Riepma, they had on the radio voice of the Mavericks, good friend Chuck Cooperstein, and they asked Coop about Dwight Powell filling in for Lively. To be cut to
it's
17.
Extraordinarily difficult because you're putting a lot more pressure on Daniel Gafford to have to play more minutes, and last night was the most minutes he's played in any playoff game this year, and his second most minutes as a member of the Mavericks. Played nearly 29 minutes. It means that Dwight Powell's going to have to play. Now, ironically enough, some of Dwight Powell's best games in his life have come against the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Really?
So, yes.
That's good.
In fact, the last 17 regular season games, Dwight Powell has averaged over 12 points and nearly 6 rebounds and shot 80% from the floor.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is Rudy Gobert is not the defensive player of the year. Dwight Powell getting buckets.
Yeah, was that Chuck Cooperstein or Draymond Green? I couldn't.
What I will say this. Dwight Powell, for all the crap he gets from fans and whatnot, one, has been a great teammate. I want to make that clear.
Yeah.
And two, him and Luka still have a connection. That was his starting center for a while. So when it comes to the pick and roll game, they're still going to be fine on there. To me, it's on the defensive side of the ball. It's guarding the paint if he's in. That's where the problems come. But on the offense side of the ball, obviously having Lively in there is more productive. But it's not like Dwight Powell doesn't know how to run the pick and roll and doesn't know Luka's game and where his spots that he wants to be. So I think Chuck put it perfectly. It puts a big strain on Daniel Gafford and what he can do and kind of making those right decisions out there on the court.
So I think that, and the reason why I say don't play Lively, I mean, that right when it happened, we were talking about because he was down the floor for a minute, and then we got up. I was like, man, those knees. I mean, he's being helped, but I go, as I kept seeing the replay, I thought that may be more of a neck situation than a concussion. And then that's ultimately what we see. And so you're like, okay, well, you want him right for the final. There's if he's good enough to go, if there is a game 5, then I think you definitely play him. Because you also, one, there's no reason to be giving Minnesota here
any life.
Right. And you want to rest Luka.
Yeah.
I mean, those knees, that's a sitch. Not to mention the rest of, everybody else, because it doesn't matter. I don't have it right in front of me, but I could. This might here. The NBA Finals are going to start on a specific date.
I was just thinking that.
It's not changing no matter if both these games are over in sweeps.
Yeah. It's what is it, June 6th?
No. No. I believe, it might be the 6th.
I think it's the 6th. No, don't quote me.
I think that, yeah.
I'll just look it up.
So anyway, there's that. There's, some of the news right
June
there.
6th, yeah. It's set in stone. They already got all the dates.
It was also, it was, I liked hearing this too from Coop on, this will be cut 21. It's on when he knew the Mavs were different.
Well, I think when they won those 2 games out in Sacramento, and especially the second game when they were down 15 and I had to rally and Dante Exum, who's really been a non-factor here in the playoffs, but Exum hit so many big shots for this team late in the fourth quarter during the regular season, and he hit one there with about 30 seconds to go that allowed them to complete the sweep. And you're saying, oh, man, they really do have something going. They can walk into an incredibly hostile house in back-to-back games, and it basically in a playoff situation, because they had played Tuesday night, had 2 days off, played again on Friday. They'd won that first game by like 35. They just destroyed Sacramento. And then you knew Sacramento was coming with everything in the second game. And the Mavericks wound up doing what they did. And you're thinking, yeah, they may be onto something, but, there was just no way to look at them as well as they played at the end of the year and really think that they were going to, if not even sustain that level of play, but elevate that level of play in the playoffs. It's really been remarkable to watch and really special to watch. Again, anytime you have a chance to watch, Luka do his thing and Kyrie especially do his fourth quarter thing, I don't think there's any team in the NBA that has anything quite like that.
Yeah,
and it gives them, and if they're going to guard the way they're guarding, now last night, Minnesota actually shot the ball really well. It was only the second time in the playoffs that the Mavericks allowed an opponent to shoot 50% from the floor. But if they're generally going to guard the way they're guarding and ultimately hold teams to fewer than 110 points, which has become a pretty regular thing for them, they're going to be really difficult to beat for the Minnesota Timberwolves tomorrow night, or likely the Boston Celtics if the Mavericks get to the NBA Finals.
So, and by the way, those games were back March 26th and March 29th, and a little over a week after that win over the Denver Nuggets.
Yep.
It's kind of similar to that time I was talking about earlier in the show, where it just felt like this championship.
Man.
It could be a championship team. I'd like to say this right now, and I'm sure if it's not sold out, it's close to it, or what the situation is on tickets, right?
Oh, I was just looking at that.
Whatever.
Funny enough,
Okay.
$320 is the get-in price. That's the cheapest you can get into the game tomorrow.
Get in there, okay? If you can, if you have the means, if you've got the time, all that kind of stuff, and you've never been for a clinching situation, there's nothing like it. It's the best. Have you been to any like sporting events like that were clinching times? Ross is shaking his head.
Been to a couple, and was at some of the Rangers games last year.
The most recent one was the Rangers-Orioles, which was awesome. If anybody remembers that story with Peyton brought us Wolchuk and not Chiafalo when he left, when I walked down. Anyway, that's the latest one. I have been to Game 6 of the 1990 NLCS when the Reds beat the Pirates. Also in 1980, well, technically 89, when the Bengals beat the Bills to go to Super Bowl 23. I want to say that I've been to more, but the three of them. But you remember the atmosphere is crazy. It is so loud and so much fun, especially going to like that next one. Like winning something, it's like, obviously, you couldn't be more thrilled and happy, but there's something different about a clinch to go to something else, because there's also the excitement of the anticipation of going to that next, series, or going to
There's two things to look forward to: the win now, and I know there's more games coming ahead.
Exactly. So there's a different kind of vibe to it, and it's just awesome. So I was just going to say, if any of y'all are listening, you haven't been to a clincher, and if you have, text us, let us know. 877-881-1053 and the Frankel and Frankel fan text. It's so badass.
So I'm looking right now, guys. I'm doing the hard work for you. The section 300s, 319, 320, all that, they're sitting at $320. If you want to be in the 100 section, I did find a ticket. They're around $700 if you want to be in the lower level. So third level is about $320. There's some better seats for $580, and then if you want to be on that lower bowl, the cheapest ticket right now is $710. So if you got the means,
do it. This person, I'm feeling it right here. This Tolo from the 254 went to Oklahoma State, was at the final, or I guess I want to say the Elite Eight game. They hit the last-second three-pointer to beat undefeated St. Joe's, who had Delonte West and Jameer Nelson. Man, we were talking backcourts earlier. Mm-hmm. The whole Luka. Obviously we're talking college. That was about as good of a college backcourt as you'll ever see. That clinched the trip to the Final Four, and there's nothing like it. Absolutely. Like when I knew that Kentucky was coming here, or possibly because the regional being here. That's God, you want it so badly.
Would you agree, Will, being a little bit older than me, that
Elite Eight game, there you go.
These experience, the money comes back. The experience to be able to be like, I was there for the clincher. I was there for the World Series game, the playoff game, where, and now I'm not saying, go do whatever to get this game, but if you have the means to go, the money will come back.
Especially if it's your team.
If it's your team and you've been waiting, you don't know how many, they could never make it back in the rest of history. It's not guaranteed that you make the playoffs every X amount of years. And you're one win away from the finals.
LSU baseball regionals 96, 97, 2000 to advance to Omaha. People are feeling it. I know it. It's just the best.
Because my favorite thing when I go to the games is Kyrie Irving. He does this move every time. The transition pull-up three when it's like 1-on-3. And it's a bad shot, air quotes. And the whole crowd is like, he's done it a million times. It's just like, Then he knocks it down and it goes crazy. Like, you want to be there for that. You don't want to miss that because you were trying to, I'm going to spend it. I'm going to wait till the next series, or just do it.
No doubt.
Be irresponsible.
John and Garland, appreciate it. All right. Coming up next, we hit the expressway. NBC looking to get the NBA back. And we know about the John Tesh song, and all that. Like, they're working on an extended version. There's another element to that I thought I'd bring back. And you 90s basketball people like me will appreciate this. And a huge, we should say, let's look at the huge sports years. I was really surprised when I looked at this that nobody had gotten to 3, but the best sports years in the cities, and of course a tribute to Bill Walton, all coming up as we take you to 6 o'clock next here on The Fan.
More G-Bag Nation, less commercials.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Time.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss or soda.
All right, let's hit it. It's the G-Bag Nation Memorial Day edition. Will Chambers, Blake Elliott, and Ross Lubinsky as we hit the expressway, brought to you by the on-time experts. We don't have Lucius here, obviously, so we won't have technically an LA Live, but in that spot, I do want to ask a question here. It's Blake's question. So we're going to start getting the answers in here on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney fan text, 877-881-1053. What's the worst thing a girl can say to you on a date? Can't wait to read these. We'll get to those in about 20 minutes here, right around the LA Live spot. I want to get to this TNT. By the way, they're just killing it. With all the news about this, I was just kind of like, it felt like it was all happening now, like it's over now. We still have another year.
Yeah. Feels like every time you watch it, this is the last one.
Yeah, but it's not.
Okay, I have a question. How do you feel about Draymond being on there? Ruined it, made it better? Okay.
No, I like it.
Right in the same? Has it enhanced it for you, or is it just still as good?
Well, yeah.
Solid?
It's solid. It's good. You know, I mean, I think what's great about the entire thing is the chemistry they all have with each other.
Mm-hmm.
And
feels like you're at the bar.
Yeah.
Rather than watching a suit and tie show.
Yeah.
Even though they're in suit and ties.
So we'll get to that coming up in just a few minutes. Also some data on the best Metro sports years, or 12 months or so.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever. But first, we pay homage not only to those that served and gave the ultimate sacrifice for our country, because that's what this day and this weekend is all about. But we learned earlier today that basketball legend Bill Walton passed at the age of 71 after a long battle with cancer. And, the tributes pouring in as you'd expect. Dave Pasch at one point was talking on ESPN about how Bill was talking to him about that he was in fact the was it the influence? No, he was the motivation behind Chewbacca. Inspiration. Sorry, I don't know why I couldn't think of the word. Bill Walton said he was the inspiration behind Chewbacca. He may not be wrong on that too. We'll just have to ask George Lucas on that.
Uh-oh. Well, good news is that's one of about 10 clips that a thread put together. I was telling Will as we were putting this together, and literally someone put together at least 10 clips worth of some of the best calls Bill Walton has had, and that is one of them.
Okay, let's hear some of these here.
Just start playing them.
All right, we'll start off with a banger. We got, for some reason, Bill was celebrating a birthday on one of the shows or one of the broadcasts he was doing, and this is right off the bat. Here's clip one.
Happy birthday, happy birthday. What's your name in there?
Take a bite out of it while it's lit.
While it's lit?
Say, oh, I'm kidding. I can't.
How about the face plant here? What's the face plant
I
here?
remember this.
I can't. People coming up and people.
While it's lit.
He literally had a cupcake with a lit candle in it and just went for it.
That's what I'm talking about. That's a true dog. That's an alpha if I've ever seen one.
That is.
We got another one here. For some reason, I mean, not for some reason, he was working an Oregon basketball game, but for some reason he's donning an Oregon football helmet with a young fan here.
And there is a little Mario.
Little Mario.
And then the head football.
And this next one I really wanted to grab, but it's very, very short, so I hope y'all can enjoy
Shorter
this.
than that last one?
Yeah.
It's like...
No, all of these are about like 7 seconds or shorter, so they are grabs. But this one in particular, I knew I had to play. And I don't know why, how. I mean, I just have so many questions, But
the thing that was so great about Bill is that he would go off on these tangents of whatever popped into his head.
Yep.
It had absolutely nothing to do with not only basketball, but sport in general, right in the middle of a basketball game. And the great thing was he worked mostly with Dave Pasch, who was always, it just was so perfect on how Dave would just be like, I mean, this is what it is, y'all.
Yeah.
He knew how to handle being on a broadcast with Walton for so long. And just these ridiculous things that he would come up with and talk about. And for a while, too, remember, he was on a lot of those number one teams when it came to, I mean, pretty sure NBA Finals games for NBC that he did several of those. But
he always knows the right thing to say.
Yeah.
Or not to say.
Or not. He was just, one of one. No question about it.
Uno of uno.
I can't believe, though, like he was being the inspiration behind Chewbacca.
You got any more clips for us, Ross?
Oh, boy, howdy do I. This one is from a football broadcast, another rendition of the Holy War not the Holy War, I thought this was the Holy War. It's between BYU and Washington State, or Wazoo.
Cougars, I love Cougars.
Well, there you go.
Okay.
I need that drop ready.
And then I will give you, finally, a longer one. This one is a whole minute long, and I couldn't exactly tell what game this was from, but enjoy.
Ah, yes, the beautiful desert. Here we are, the cacti, plural for cactus, as if you didn't know. Look at the beauty
that what that is?
That is a Gila monster.
Gila.
Frank Caliendo joins them on this one.
It doesn't matter which it is. Here we go, an epic battle at the McCabe Center. You're not getting a word in. I'm making a lot of people incredibly entertained at this point, trying to stop you from talking. Here it is, loving, enjoying the earth that is. We're at the McCabe Center, in the center of a cactus, a prehistoric giant cactus patch, where they constructed this great building that we're at today. Where have you been?
So that's Frank
man.
Caliendo doing an impression of Bill Walton.
Oh, okay.
Got just a few more. This one was from a Maryland UCLA basketball game.
Washington, Virginia, and Delaware, the DMV area that has all those great players that came from them. Elgin Baylor.
I've been to both that area and the DMV.
Wow.
Geography, man.
No doubt.
And then this one I also wanted to play from the Pac-12 championship. Can't tell you if this is from this past season, but Oregon State, Colorado.
Beavers chewing away on the Buffaloes.
Maybe he is Chewbacca.
Yeah, maybe. And by the way, I was right. The couple Tolos texting in that on the NBC, it was Costas as well as Marv Albert. I think both, with Walton and Steve Snapper Jones. That's taking you way back. That's pretty good. Also, keep the text coming in on what's the worst thing a girl can say to you on a date. Speaking of some of these coming in are great. So with TNT, it looks like they're losing. Although Adam Silver said with these TV deals that everybody's still talking, but the rumor is, and it looks pretty likely, that NBC is going to be outbidding TNT to get it. Amazon's in there as well. But we all remember, and it's been talked about a lot, the NBA on NBC theme that was written by John Tesh. You can start playing that. We've got that, right? Right?
Hey,
everybody knows this.
Hey, and didn't they do this in NCAA a little bit?
No, they do it. Fox Sports has this.
Yeah,
Fox Sports uses it for their college basketball.
Yeah,
because all of a sudden I was turning like some Big East game on, and this is playing, and I was like, oh, they must have bought the rights to it in order to use it. Did you ever hear the story about John Tesh and how he came up with this? Even if you didn't even know do you even know who John Tesh is?
No. I've heard of him, but I couldn't give you an autobiography.
So if you're close to my age, which I just turned 45, and my mother after dinner loved watching Entertainment Tonight. John Tesh used to be the co-host of Entertainment Tonight. And it was just like, okay, and then learned that he was a musician. Like, oh, all right. Then this theme that I've heard throughout my entire life, watching, or, at that point, my entire life, was written by John Tesh. And he said that he was on tour and actually called back to his home or his apartment in L.A. or wherever and left himself a message just basically singing this or doing the beat like da-na-na-na-na-na-na of the idea that he had, and that's how he wrote the song. So now they're saying that they're going to be writing like a newer extended version of it for when it comes back, right?
Would you be okay with a new version, or do you want the OG?
Mary Hart too. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. 817. No, I want the OG version. I mean, I think they're not redoing it. I think they're just making it longer. I don't know why.
I don't need the intro going that long.
No.
I need to just introduce me. Intro.
Now, I can't ask you youngins this because you won't have any idea. In fact, I think the only person that would know the answer to this question, or even if Chris Arnold didn't know the answer to it, he would get it as soon as I brought it. I mean, he would remember this. But there is another song that became famous years later. In fact, more famous for being kind of the cornerstone of a movie. A movie that was done by some Saturday Night Live cast members.
Okay.
the highlight packages they would play. So, this would come in for like the games or for the pregame show. Mm-hmm. Then it could be leading up to, Bulls and
Knicks.
Suns. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever the game was on that Saturday. But they'd be showing highlights of either, the games on that Saturday, other games, or like the Friday night, Thursday night, stuff like that. Usually Ahmad Rashad doing it. And you may not believe this, but this is what you heard as the bed for those highlights. Is anybody doing the head bob?
I've heard this before.
Yeah.
I've heard this before.
That was, and pure, like, if you remember, you remember.
I've definitely
I wonder if they're going to go back to that too. So that's, remember the night at the Roxbury for all you. Saturday Night Live with Chris Kattan and Will Ferrell, where they were like the two clubbing guys. And
yeah.
That song would come on. Hadaway, What Is Love? What is love?
I can't sing.
No.
I try to, though. Do you sing in the shower?
No, because I'm usually listening to Sean, RJ, and Bobby. So
Great answer.
Maybe I'll sing along if RJ's doing a show.
Man,
or I'm not doing a show, doing a song.
Put on like a full-blown opera in my shower. I don't know what's going on with you guys.
I'm playing the triangle and instruments.
Now, I wonder, too, because back in the day, so you had Ahmad Rashad, Costas would be bringing you in. And then depending on where they were, Hannah Storm also. And now I'm thinking, is it going to be Liam McHugh? Not really happy about the whole situation with TNT.
Well, we're going to lose the Inside the NBA guys. Ernie already said he's not going over.
Yeah.
Charles is very much flirted with retirement. I think Shaq has a million other ways to make money. And then Kenny is kind of,
Right. By the way, I just got a text from Broadus. He's like trying to squeeze it in night at the Roxbury. Yep. It's like, damn, too late. Number of Tolo's texted in as well, too. It's good. Yeah. This is not only the greatest studio show in sports, but it may be the greatest of all time. Now, I know there will be a lot of reverence for the NFL today. The original, You Are Looking Live, with Brent Musburger and crew back when it was the only game in town. I mean, the original. You want to talk about the OG, that's it right there, the NFL today. And I get it, but the run of this, and especially how it all came together, with Kenny and Ernie, and then Charles retires, and then those three, and then that's when it really, set off, because Charles, imagine what he is going to garner on the open market, because he said he could retire, but keep in mind, Live Golf Tour offered him a ton of money, and Amazon will probably offer him a ton of money as well. NBC may, and how do you turn down, some crazy amount of money? I mean, when these guys do their contracts now, most of them have been, in their careers, have been this pre-Tony Romo, Tom Brady, 18, 20, whatever $1 million a year.
Yep.
Now, obviously, they're getting that now. Well, Chuck is. Mm-hmm. But I think it is really the greatest. You almost feel like, I would watch the pregame show and then not watch the games.
Wow.
And watch the postgame.
Okay. Yeah. And I feel like most halftime shows people skip through, but if it's inside the NBA, it's like, I'm going to watch. Not to learn anything new about basketball, but to laugh, to be entertained.
ESPN Sunday Countdown for the 214, close second, depending on, how you look at it. And this is, back in the Berman days. Does anybody really, I know that, the broadcaster thing can be somewhat polarizing about whether you watch a game because of somebody or not. I have in the past, but look, this is what I do or have done for most of my life. So kind of like a broadcasting nerd, but I get that. And there's also a sense too, like I'm really missing Doc Emmerich right now. Mm-hmm. Kenny Albert's doing a great job. But, I miss him as well. I think this is just one of those things that'll be greatly missed, especially because ESPN's really misses the mark, I feel like.
Yeah, they're if Inside the NBA goes, I don't think there's any combination of athletes to make up for it. especially because of how long they've been going and, like you said, the chemistry that they do have. And it's not forced. Anything else, whether it's actually really objectively good, it's going to feel forced. I think I can speak for most people.
And it's not just, I mean, it's about those guys, but it's also about the entire team also behind the scenes. I mean, think about the stuff that happens. Kenny will run off, the thing that everything happens organically, like you're saying, right? And then he trips once, and now it's like this big deal. But anytime anything happens, the turnaround they have on like the tweets they get of like these different GIFs and all that kind of stuff.
Live tweeting.
It is such a great production. Mm-hmm. And I think at the center of it with Ernie, and it's kind of laid back approach, but on just letting the guys do what they do, but they're all joking around together. It's just going to be missed, and I don't think it's ever going to be, unless you have those guys together, ever going to be replicated.
All four, too. I don't think you can take one out and call it a thing.
Exactly. The best sports years. Now, we had Chris Young on earlier. Oh, I'm seeing this. Yeah, by the way, the NFL today. Talk about iconic. With Brent Musburger, Irv Cross, Phyllis George. I'm just reading from Broadus here. By the way, happy Memorial Day, Brian Broadus.
Happy Memorial Day, Mr. Broadus.
And Jimmy the Greek, of course, who was something else. We had Chris Young on earlier, and he talked about how he is enjoying how much he's loving like this whole thing going on right now with the Stars and the Mavericks. In fact, he interjected it, wanted to talk about how great this is. And you and I were discussing this earlier before we started the show on trying to figure out what kind of cities have had the best years. Now, I thought when you consider right now that we're already got one in the bag, right?
Yep. One cookie done.
One is done. And that is the World Series champion Texas Rangers.
Yep. Had a great chance at 2. I mean, great Cowboys. I mean, you couldn't lay it out easier as far as the playoffs win. You had a great chance.
Well, like I said to open up the show, we got a lot of things going on great right now. So far today on this May 27, 2024, the Cowboys haven't done anything to let us down today.
Yeah. 1 day streak.
But we still got an hour and 20 left in the show, so we'll see. But I thought for some reason that there was like a year in Boston where they had not like 2, but 3 and maybe even 4. Because they were all so close to each other when they were all winning titles, like the Red Sox, Patriots, Bruins, and Celtics.
That's what I was thinking too. That was going to be my first guess was Boston.
I do have some stats, and apparently, unless Opta Stats, who is quietly highly regarded.
Oh, wait! I'm sorry. Hold on, just a moment. 817 is correcting us. We are sitting on 2. I think we're going to have to move this one to the side, however, but the XFL champion...
The Renegades.
Yes.
I forgot about them. That is a great point. But per Opta Stats, between the Tampa Bay Lightning, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, that was the...
That's the last one, right?
That was 283 days between those. That's the shortest time span for a metro area to win titles since Detroit won 3 in a span of 188 days, 1935, 1936. The Detroit Tigers, Detroit Lions, and Detroit Red Wings.
Okay, so the last time...
188 days.
All right, so the 2-4 Boston last to hold all 4 major titles. I thought so, but I don't... I'm trying to look this up, so help me out here.
What year are you thinking?
And I know Broadus is out there obviously listening, so I'm just like... These are the discussions that we have when we're all hanging out. To be honest, like we all hang out together like quite a bit, and these are the discussions that we have trying to figure it out. And then of course somebody will say, "Well, just look it up on Google." That's not as much fun because the first thing that came up was Wikipedia, and the last time it was, as you were saying, the Lightning and the Bucks from Tampa. This is 2020. Also in 2020, Lakers and Dodgers won. But it's saying here that no city has actually had more than 2 in one season.
Yeah, because I'm trying to think. The Red Sox beat the curse in 2004, and didn't the Patriots win that year?
Yes. So, yeah, 2004, They also did it again in 18. But that's it. So, yeah, but it's those two, and I'm like, man, but the Celtics and the Bruins, there's cups in there and NBA Finals.
So the highest winning percentage for a metro area is 2007, 2008 Boston with a 743 winning percentage between the Boston Bruins, the Patriots, and the Red Sox, and the Boston Celtics. That was the year that the Celtics won, and that was also when the Patriots lost. That was when they went 16-0 and lost in the Super Bowl to Eli Manning.
Okay. We're still getting texts in here that the Boston was the first city to win all four in the 21st century.
Did they say a year? Because
No.
I got another one in 2018, 685 win percentage, but the Red Sox.
Well, the winning percentage, but we're talking about
titles.
ultimate championships, right?
Yeah, and that's my question because I can tell you when the Patriots won Super Bowls. I can do that. Same with the Celtics. It's 04, 07, 13, and 18. That sounds right.
What are you a Boston savant here?
No, I'm just like an NFL sports historian. I love to do this very thing.
Okay.
But my question is the Bruins. I
Okay,
don't know
so
how
then
they
the
fit
Bruins.
in.
We got to look up the Bruins. 'Cause
Okay,
that's-
I'm on it.
Now, this, in my mind, because we were talking about this last night as we were watching the Mavericks win, and I thought that this happened. So it could be the fact that maybe they went to the Stanley Cup final. The Bruins did. In a year that, I don't know, either the Celtics or the Red Sox or Patriots won. It kind of helps when you've got the Patriots winning it so much in the last 20 years.
They're giving you that free one every year. The other team just got to step it up.
Yeah, here are some other ones. The Lakers and the Angels back in 02.
Okay.
Let's see. Lakers and Dodgers in 88. Giants and Mets in 86.
Someone says
these are in seasons, by the way. If we're talking calendar year, you can also add in Steelers and Penguins in 09.
Someone else also said Boston did not win them all in one year, but they're the only ones that have won them all this
century. Okay.
Yeah, no, because I just looked it up, and the Bruins won it in 2011, but for those who know, that's when the Patriots lost to the Giants for the second time.
It's the greatest right there.
So what we're trying to get at, guys, is that the DFW area has a chance to make history. You already got one.
three.
Got one in the cookie jar, and you got one.
We're not going to get four because you can't go from. I mean, they have to be at least in succession if they're not in the same calendar year, right?
I think it's just got to be your latest
The
season.
Cowboys already screwed it for everybody already. I mean, it's done. But we can get 3 of 4.
Yeah. And we're close. One way win from the NBA Finals and 3 away.
3 away for the Stars for a Stanley Cup final.
It's not that far out of the realm of possibility.
No, it definitely is. Okay. The question has been, and we're having it everywhere on the Twolos on Twitch are giving us some, as well as on the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney fan text, and that is, what's the worst thing a girl can say to you on a date?
Yes.
Some of these are great, and I can't read them.
I know some of them. Okay, I think we can read this one. I don't like to fish. Is that a shrimp joke? Is that where that's going?
Oh,
that's where my mind went. Is that a shrimp joke?
That's good. Yeah.
The worst thing that a girl can say on a date is telling stories about or talking about her ex-boyfriend the whole time. Shout out Daniel and Forney for that one. What are your thoughts on that? Talking about the ex-boyfriend. Do you think it can be positive? Obviously, it's negative when you first think of it. Do you think there's any positive talking about the ex? First date.
I don't, I'm not as, there are people that are just like, absolutely hate it or deal breakers, but I don't really care. I mean, sometimes you just talk about relationships and the struggles that have had, in the past and the reasons why, you're not with certain people. Yeah. I mean, if it's a constant on and on about an ex, then yeah, of course.
Like it's getting brought up out of nowhere.
Yeah.
I think
out of left field, and then it's just, wait, what, huh?
Well, yeah, Jeremy, he never paid for the crawfish. You're like, what? Jeremy? I think you got to speak in generalities. You can't be naming them. Oh, my ex used to do this, and I disliked her like this.
I know that I don't do that because I don't want to turn off, somebody that I'm on the date with.
Yeah.
But if it's like me personally, it's like it's not going to affect me.
And also, would you agree on this? I think it shows high of your character to not speak ill of an ex. I think it's easy to kind of, trash them. They're not there to defend themselves, but just, I have nothing bad. It just didn't work out because of communication or X, Y, and the third, and not like just bash on them.
I like my name Charlene better than I like my old name Charles. I would agree. I would agree with
just went on a date with a girl who tells me she still lives with her ex.
Yeah.
That a deal breaker for you, Will?
Yep. Lives with your ex?
Lives with the ex.
Yeah, that's a no for me, dog.
That ain't a red flag. That's like a freaking firefighter siren.
What about just went on a date with a girl and she said, I'm going to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. I think that's an okay thing.
I don't know. What do you mean?
Fellas, is your lady allowed to go use the restroom?
Yeah. I was just going to say,
is she allowed to use the restroom? 877-881-1053. Because apparently not.
Not for one, Tolo.
What about you're such a great friend? That'll end the date quick.
Actually, I mean, on a first date?
That might prolong it. That might be good, actually. I think that's not the worst thing you can hear.
On a first date? First off, that's so weird. You're such a good friend. I'd be out on that because I think she's crazy.
I don't think you're such a good friend is the worst thing that can happen, though. I think if you're really vibing and it depends the tone that it said. If she says it in a monotone voice, like you're trying to flirt with her, oh, do you want to go back to my place after this? You're such a great friend. That's different than y'all both laughing. She's, oh my God, we get along. You know me so well. You're such a great friend.
Okay. Do you have any that have been for you that have been bad?
Yeah. I think, what was it? 2 years ago, I went on a date with a girl and I was trying to talk sports and she just kept trying to correct me. And it wasn't necessarily one particular thing, but it just, and she wasn't right. It'd be different. I'm all for girls knowing sports. Not my point, but she just wasn't right. And she was trying to tell me whose record was better the year prior and this and that. And I was like,
is that a deal breaker for either of you guys? If somebody that you're dating, like, just knows more sports than you?
If she actually knows more,
or I shouldn't say it like that, like more into sports than you are.
If she's yeah. If
I don't know, but I will say on the topic of Blake, I do not love, I call them technicalists.
Yeah.
So folks who like to argue kind of just to argue, more or less.
The debaters. I can't. I mean,
it's your off day and you're like, I don't really feel like watching the Rangers today. No, we're watching it, babe. Put it on. Lorenzen's pitching today.
Yeah, I'd be that's for me. I can't do it. Can't do it. I mean, I love like the passion about like maybe certain sports or like your teams or stuff like that. But in this, I felt much more when it was, my life, my career. I mean, it's every single day talking about sports and then coming home and having to talk more sports. I don't think I could do it.
So where do you want your girl's personality to fall? Like as far as 10 being, I want to watch every sporting event, 0, not even knowing what a football is. Where do you want her to fall on that scale? In your perfect world?
Yeah, like a 6.
6, solid 6. Like she'll go to the game with you. She understands what a first down is.
Yeah, likes it. Or I mean, just, for me, I'm not just passionate to watch Pirates Phillies on a Thursday night, okay? Or even, Jaguars Dolphins on Thursday night football, right? Like, I mean, I watch it, it's on, and it's great, and it's something to be like, yeah, let's watch it. The game's on.
She's like, babe, it's 2nd and 6. They're about to run.
Right.
HB counter.
But when it comes to, like, well, for us here, like if the Cowboys are on.
Yeah.
For me personally, with the Bears and the Bengals, my, past of living there and then being a Bears fan or something, but especially like Kentucky games.
Yeah.
She doesn't have to be a huge Kentucky or, something like that, but
would you
enjoy it for that, and then that's what it is.
Would you want her to start naming players off the Kentucky bench? Like,
so that's a whole different deal because that's fine. I could very well marry somebody I went to college with, and she could probably, whomever that may be, rattle off stuff like that because we're freaks.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay,
that's
we're still talking about basketball?
Different. Yeah. Yeah.
So, what about this?
What is this?
What about dating someone or being with someone that is a passionate fan of your most hated rival.
Can't do it. Louisville? No.
But I'm saying, hey,
that's where the line gets. I mean, I could date like a St. Louis Cardinals fan, a Green Bay Packers fan. I could do it. Louisville Cardinals, not in my house.
But she's a babe. I'm talking 11 out of 10.
It would depend on how big of a fan she was.
Super fan.
Because like
tattoos.
if all this, no. Oh my God, a Louisville? Oh, tattoo that ugly. They don't even have like classy looking anything.
Yeah. So she walks in the studio right now. Let's go on a date. She looks good. You go on. Then at the date, she's like, "Oh, do you want to see my tattoo on my arm?" And
we have solved it. For me, that's the worst thing that a woman could say to me on a date is that I love the Louisville Cardinals.
Go ahead and mark that.
That's me with the Sooners, man. My sister is a Sooner. My brother-in-law's a Sooner. My sister's actually a fourth generation Sooner. I'm like, you know what? I've got enough of them in my life. Pass.
I think you know what's funny. You know what's happening? Well, everyone is.
Oh, wait, let me say this real quick on the fan text. If your phone number ends in 8841, that was great. That was a real good laugh I just had there.
Everyone's just kind of venting right now.
Oh man, that was funny.
We got all the.
I can't say it on the air.
Yeah, we got everyone just kind of venting, and I love it. Y'all are getting out what you need to get out. We're reading your text. We might not read it out loud, but we hear you. We hear you.
If she talks about having an OnlyFans almost immediately.
Yeah, that's a no-go. That is a no-go.
Is it though?
Could be making that bread.
Yeah. No.
Seriously, taking you on trips.
Are you okay?
Take that over a Louisville fan, I'll tell you that.
Are you okay with your girl being the breadwinner? Like I'm talking about significantly, not like a little bit. Like,
bro, what industry do you think we work in?
No, but I'm saying like,
right. I mean,
like, hey,
he's still
babe,
young in it. He's still new enough where he doesn't know for sure.
Like, hey, we're not going
get used
here.
to that real fast.
We're not going here. We're going here. Like she's making the decisions. You okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I am attracted to strong women.
Great answer, Will. Not strong Louisville women, but strong women.
Right. Strong women that went to Louisville, no.
So if someone walks up that's just ripped to the T, they've got a 2013 tattoo on them, Will's out.
Out.
But if she has an OnlyFans tattoo, you're in.
Well, I don't know about that. I've got one true absolutely not, and that's it. Okay. You guys have completely derailed me. I derailed myself, really. I blame myself and I blame Louisville. University of. Great city, great town. Cops leave a little something to be desired there, but hey, that's another story for another day. Final hour approaches. The most impressive Maverick we've seen so far. That is, we open up the 6 o'clock hour next year on The Fan.
Hall of Famer Eric Nadel hangs with the
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady?
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Hour number 4 of the Memorial Day edition of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, Twitch and YouTube. If you'd like to watch us, Will Chambers with the fan phenom, Blake Elliott. It's been a fun 3 hours with Ross Lubinsky. I don't know if I've ever worked with a battery of this before. The three of us together?
I don't think so.
Have we done this?
Have we done this configuration?
Definitely not. But
We'll
I'm
have to
loving
do it
the
again.
energy.
We'll have to do it again.
We got CY for the first time.
That was fun.
You met some new
As
people.
if we knew it would be. I mean, you listen to CY, Chris Young, Rangers general manager, every Monday at 4:20. He's a great interview, and the boys are great with it. And so it was a lot of fun to be able to partake in that today. The Mavericks, a winner last night. Duh. I proclaimed in hour 1 that this team is winning the NBA Finals.
You did say that. And I doubled down with you.
There is nothing that is convincing me otherwise from what I have seen from, I want to say, whenever Chris and I know it was in the month of March. I don't know exactly when, but when I was like, I don't know if they'll win it, but I know this is what championship teams have.
Yep. Great role players, closers.
And the vibe.
They all love each other. They already spoke about it today at practice. They all hang out outside of it, go and grab lunch together, go and grab dinner. They enjoy being around each other. I don't think you can name, and Markieff Morris, I think is a big part of that. People don't talk about that veteran presence.
Because
he talks, they listen.
Yeah. That's a lot of, behind the scenes stuff that you get from people that are, when you're close to the organization, when you're local, right? That's, those stories and those elements of it. So you've got game 4 tomorrow. And as I said earlier, I implore you, go.
Yeah,
if
go.
you can.
And
go.
Come say
a
hi.
Clincher, you got to check out a Clincher for your team especially, and that'll be 7:30 tomorrow on TNT if you cannot. Stars tonight with the Oilers with the series tied 1-1. It moves to Edmonton for game number 3.
Are you excited for what the Connor McDavid-led Oilers are going to have ready at home? They lost the last one. Are they going to take 2 L's in a row, or are they going to bounce back? I already gave my prediction. You said you had the Oilers winning as well. Ross, who's winning game 3?
Put me in a tough pickle here. But I'm going to go with the Stars.
The Stars. Road Warriors. I like it. So it's always a smart pick.
Who's been the most impressive Maverick?
Yeah. I think there's a lot of different angles you can go. I'll say
mine is like there's absolutely no question. It's hands down. It's one of the easiest answers I could possibly ever give, but I don't know if everybody will look at it from the same perspective that I am when I ask that question.
Mine's Derek Lively.
Okay, and why?
And the biggest, and if you watch the game, you've been watching all season, and then last night was a microcosm of it. Derek Lively in the short roll, for those who don't know, when Derek Lively sets a screen and he's above the free throw line and Luka is blitzed, double teamed, trapped. They're trying to get the ball out of his hands, and then Luka jump passes or dumps it or passes it to Derek Lively around that free throw line area. That is the short roll. When Derek Lively gets it there, from game 1 to where now, it's grown, but it's already been the best at the center position. His decision making and playmaking has been fantastic for this team. He catches the ball right there. We saw early in the first 10 games, he had that little baby hook. We saw, okay, he can have that. Obviously, we know he could drive and dunk. I think it was game 1 or 2. He dunked on somebody right out of the short roll, just took it to the rim and dunked it.
Isn't it odd on how Minnesota has not been able to adjust on defense? You see things coming, you're like, why are they just seem lost out there, and they're not figuring it out. And for somebody like Karl-Anthony Towns, who's been in the league long enough, and Rudy Gobert, you're like, why would you come off of that person right there?
So I'm so glad you brought that up. Minnesota, I was doing some research, hearing what people were saying. They've thrown 8 different coverages at Luka just last game. 8 different coverages. Drop, switch, blitz, hedge, anything that you want to throw in there. They've done it all to Luka within one game. I think you're quite honestly seeing one of the best offensive players that we've ever seen go at it. He just has an answer for all of it. And a big part of that has been Derek Lively being that release valve. When they blitz Luka, we know he can beat the blitz, shoot it, do something crazy. We're aware of that. But what he also can do is drop it up to Lively. And he made an incredible play last night where he catches it on the short roll at the free throw line, looks in the corner. They sprint to the corner to cover, I think it was Derrick Jones Jr. or Kyrie. He then looks back at that left wing, and PJ is right next to him, wide open. Patient, doesn't rush it, and PJ hits a wide open 3. And when you have your center that can catch the ball off the roll and make that quality decision, not always score, but just make the right pass, not turn the ball over, that's so beneficial. And you see night and day difference when you're watching the game tomorrow, the difference in Lively catching it out of the short roll and the difference in Daniel Gafford catching it out of the short roll. We saw it. Daniel Gafford caught it, I think, right when Lively came out, and you saw him travel. He kind of like stumbled over his feet, rushed a little bit. And that's just a difference in Derek Lively, who's 20 years old as a rookie, but he's just a great decision maker. And to me, as you said earlier, highest PER, hasn't missed a shot in the conference finals, rookie, putting up dang near a double-double every game. He, to me, has been the most impactful and surprising player that's just been amazing for the Mavericks. And I think he's a big catalyst for them going on this run right now.
877-881-1053. Who is your most impressive Maverick on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text? Give us yours. I will have Luka describe who I have as the most impressive Maverick.
A lot. Right now we were winning by 9. The last possession, I told him I'm tired. He told me that's the way it's supposed to be, And he brought that calmness to our team, to me, the maturity, and it's been unbelievable to have him on our team. Just learning from him every day, positive energy always. So just a blessing having him on our team.
It's Kyrie Irving.
Yeah.
And it is on so many different layers. And I'll say this again. I've done this probably a half dozen times already, but I've got no problem doing it. I was dead ass wrong about what Kyrie Irving was going to do when he came to Dallas. I said 2 words I believed it would be when the Mavericks traded for Kyrie Irving, and that was abject disaster. Because that's what we'd seen in the past. And not only has it not been that, it has been the complete opposite of that. The humility and wisdom that he talks with, that he leads with now is just, it's such a remarkable bit of growth from him that you have to give him all the credit for it. I mean, he's been incredible. He played this earlier, and I thought that you stated, Blake, afterwards, on just the type of eloquence that he speaks with, because he was asked about, this talk at the beginning of this series. Stan Van Gundy on the call with Kevin Harlan and Reggie Miller said is arguably he and Luka the best backcourt in the history of the NBA. So it's been talked about a lot. Well, Kyrie responded with this on it.
I mean, it doesn't mean anything if we don't win a ring together, and I say that very responsibly too. Not saying that we aren't great now, but there are other backcourts that are more deserving right now for that recognition. I think once we put a good run together and we can look back on it and reflect on it, then that'll be our time. But right now, I want to show a lot of respect to the guys that have come before us and have actually did it. And our time will come. We just got to keep putting in the work and continue to feed each other that positive affirmation and energy, and we'll go from there, man. But right now, we're just focused on enjoying the moment, enjoying how well we're playing as a team. And, you're seeing some special basketball from me and Luka, but we wouldn't be here without our teammates. So full-on team success, man.
Yeah, just to kind of add to that, Kyrie being around the team, covering the team, being around the locker room, he is such an off-court leader that some stuff you see in the media, tweets go out and whatnot, but there's so much stuff behind the scenes of Kyrie holding these guys accountable, and you hear bits and pieces of it, and I think it's so awesome because Kyrie has grown, and he's admitted to it. He didn't say he was the perfect player or person beforehand, and that he said he's grown a lot and he's had humility, like you said. But when this team is down, do you feel nervous at all? I don't. Like, they could be down 25 tomorrow in the second or third quarter. And I'm like, probably still got a chance. That Kyrie and Luka are laughing. I mean, even I think last night was last night was a perfect example. Luka hits that shot, or actually it was 2 nights when it was close, and Luka and Kyrie are just looking at each other. We need one more stop. There was 3 seconds left, and Luka hit that step back over Gobert, where you could see Kyrie could have, let's go. He's like, come on, what are you celebrating for? I don't care. 3 more seconds left. We need to make a stop. Like, I think Kyrie was the perfect teammate that Luka needed. Obviously, the offensive scoring, we all talk about that.
I could not agree more.
Like, all that.
And this is one I usually, look, I'm in a position like we give opinions all the time. It's like you hit and miss, this and that, but I'm right more than I'm wrong. But I don't know if I've ever been more wrong. I mean, look, it was based on stuff that was real and stuff that happened, okay? But he grew. And it's something that we hoped that we were going to get from a number of different people, whether it be Nico or Jason Kidd and Dirk. Yeah. It is Kyrie.
Yeah, and I think a piece that some people maybe don't connect, Kyrie loves Jason Kidd. Looked up to him, has him as his role model, and kind of having them hand in hand. He really respects Nico, has known him for a while back, dating all the way back to his younger days. So he spoke about it. I'll see if we can get the audio clip before we get out of here. But like him, just his time in Dallas, he loves it here. He enjoys being in the city. I'll say this, whether they win the championship or not, I would be surprised if he doesn't stay here for the rest of his career. He seems like he's found a home.
Yeah.
He seems like he's happy. He's at peace. The fans, the media, the teammates, they all seem to enjoy being around him and what he brings to the team. And I think you're kind of seeing Kyrie almost in a second prime. I think it's crazy to say, but like his defense, that might even be, we don't even talk about that. He's been one of the best defenders in the playoffs.
It's been talked about.
Like
now.
He has been.
I know. I don't even know if we've done it today. That's part of the thing about how, like, coming into this series, I was skeptical only in the thought that, all right, if Luka struggles like he had against Oklahoma City, going to be really tough to beat Minnesota.
I was in the same spot.
And with Kyrie, and that's why I was like, I think this is going to go 7 games. I believe it's a better team and a better backcourt, like all those things. That's why I was leaning Mavericks. But
they've both been on.
Yeah, well, I mean, but that's just how I felt coming into it. And I was like, as good of a floor game as Kyrie had been playing, you know, both sides of it. If Lucas continues to struggle, then you're going to need him to score, Kyrie to score more. Yeah.
What do you do?
It was just going to be tough.
Game 1, 24 in the first.
And
half.
now it is. They are doing exactly what the Timberwolves aren't when it comes to the guys that you need to step up. Are stepping up for the Mavericks. Anthony Edwards in the last, I brought it up earlier, in the fourth quarter of the last 2 games has 5 shot attempts. That ain't gonna do it, bruh.
Not especially when your homeboy Karl Anthony Towns can't throw a marble into a canyon right now. Nobody can score. Kyle Anderson, he says, leading them in fourth quarter shots last night.
Yeah, last night. Hold on. Yeah, here it is. Box score, fourth quarter only. He went 4 of 5, had 8 points. Let's see. Edwards was 2 of 3. Conley 2 of 4. Cat 0 for 4. Naz Reid 1 of 3. Alexander Walker 0 for 1.
I think it's safe to say the Dallas Mavs will live with Kyle Anderson being your leading shot. I think they'll chalk that up as a win in their scorebook.
It's remarkable.
And I want to say there's plenty of guys that we didn't name that could have been the most important, Matt. PJ Washington, I mean, pretty much won you the last series against Oklahoma City. Derrick Jones Jr. being in all the right spots, playing probably your best defense, guarding the other team's best player. Daniel Gafford, like the list goes on and on. That's what you need for a championship team. It's not just going to be one guy, but to me, Kyrie and Lively are 2 catalysts. We already know what Luka brings that have really raised this team's ceiling.
We've talked a lot about the Mavericks to win last night. We talked about the Stars and their game 3. Another, Boston and Indiana. Do the Celtics close it out tonight? And if they do not, what does it tell us about a very likely future matchup in the NBA Finals with the Mavericks? That's next here on The Fan.
It's afternoons with the G-Bag Boys on 105.3.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Back to the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. The upcoming segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at KarsForKids.org and Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Thank you, Ross. G-Bag Nation, the Memorial Day edition. Will Chambers, Blake Elliott here with you. Appreciate everybody and the feedback today on Twitch. The Twolos hanging in there with us. Love them. Appreciate you having patience as well with me. Sometimes, I'm used to being here Saturday mornings and there's no, live feed. So it took me about an hour to be like, oh, I gotta go see my peeps. See what's going on with them. We got Stars and Oilers tonight at 7:30, but at 7 o'clock, we have the Pacers without Tyrese Halliburton and the Boston Celtics. And in a few minutes, want to get into what kind of matchup, as it looks like. It's not certain, but very likely it's going to be the Celtics and the Mavericks.
Yeah, not set in stone yet, guys. Not trying to jinx anything, but if we use our big noggins, it's what it's trending towards.
Now, what do you think if the Celtics are not able to put away the Pacers tonight?
Not a good look. Because, in game 3, I said this earlier, no, Tyrese Halliburton didn't play in that game either. I'm like, Celtics, they might win by 50. And I look in the third quarter, and the Celtics are down 15, 18 points and late in the third. End up coming back. Shout out to the three-point shooting. But they win by 3 points. The game before that, they beat them by 16. They took care of them. Beat them by 5. And then what was it in the Cavs series? Donovan Mitchell didn't play, and that was like the closest game of the series. It's like they let off the gas. The other team's star player is out, and you would think, oh, wow, this overpowered team should beat them by 50, 40 points. And then it's like, oh, it's a 3-point game coming down to the final shot.
Okay, I totally agree. Here's the thing, too, that at the beginning of the Western Conference Finals, and they were, talking a little bit about this in the TNT crew, that Kenny Smith said, whoever comes out of this series is going to be the face of the NBA, whether it be, like Luka or Anthony Edwards. And so it'll be more about, the person that lost or something like that. And Charles said that's one of the dumbest things I heard, because no matter who wins that series, they were going to be underdogs to the Celtics. And I was like, really?
Yeah, I don't know anymore.
I don't know anymore. And no, a lot's happened since then. Halliburton has gone down because I think they only had one game, and that was one where Indiana should have won, right?
Yeah, Jaylen Brown. Shout out
and I'm
Jaylen Brown.
Yeah, if this is a series that ends up going 6 or 7, and let's say the Mavs or the Timberwolves go only 4 or 5 against their opponent, I'm like, why in the world would the Celtics be the favorites? I can't see that. Now, that's obviously not happened. They could very well sweep tonight, but that even being said, I feel like sometimes I'm taking crazy pills. What did this team win, 64, 65 games this year?
64-18, 37-4 at home.
I am completely unconvinced, and it's part of the reason why I say at the beginning of the show that I am like, the Mavericks are winning the NBA Finals.
You want to know how many threes they shot last game? They won by 3 points.
804.
They shot 46 threes. 46 three-pointers for the Boston Celtics.
Yeah, didn't they lose a game to Cleveland in which, did you say that was the game that Mitchell didn't play?
The game that Mitchell didn't play was, I believe, game 3 or 4. And they shot a bunch of threes. No, he played in game 3. Okay. They are just too inconsistent for me. Game 4, he did not play, and the Boston Celtics they shot 32 threes. The Cavs shot 48 that game. Cavs were 15 of 48, and the Celtics were 12 of 32. The Celtics shoot more threes than anybody. They're going to jack them up. When they're falling, they blow you out. When they're not, it ends up being close, and I think the Mavs have showed that even when their shot isn't falling, they can make it close. I mean, they've shot under 30% a handful of times in these playoffs and still won some games pretty handily, or at the end with their 2 closers. So where it feels like the Celtics are a little bit limited by the 3-point shooting, it feels like the Mavs have different avenues of winning. Obviously, that changes if one Kristaps Porzingis comes back.
Very, very different.
Yeah.
That makes everything because of what they could do defensively and how great he had played this year on the threat. What you have to do to them defensively, it completely changes everything.
They can throw it to the low block and pretty much get a mismatch whenever they want. He's 7-1, can shoot, can move pretty well. So it makes it tough. But I mean, this is a Celtics team that just allowed the Pacers to shoot 50% from the field, that allowed 43 rebounds, got killed in the paint, 68 points in the paint. Think about that, Will. The Pacers scored 68 points in the paint with no Tyrese Halliburton. What do you think Kyrie and Luka do with Lively and Gafford to that team in the paint?
Abuse.
It's bad.
Abusive.
You get arrested for that kind of abuse.
Yes.
68 to the Halliburton-less Pacers. Can imagine because they've been killing teams in the paint. They've been hitting timely threes, but they haven't exactly been just shooting a whole bunch of threes to Mavs. They've just been kind of like an average 3-point shooting team in the playoffs. Other than PJ Washington and OKC, who was shooting like dominant 60%.
Absolutely dominant. Everybody catches this heat. I know I see like Kendrick Perkins and some others that are just like, I'm waiting to see it from Tatum. Tatum is a really good player, but Tatum has that Karl Anthony Towns to him. Or he's just, it's the P word. I can't get it out of my head when I'm watching it. Like I said last night, I couldn't believe Anthony Edwards is being way too timid, but this goes back to the undefeated Kentucky team for me. When they looked like that they were going to start separating from Wisconsin. and they really needed a bucket. There was like a good minute and a half stretch, and they just couldn't get. They're going down to Karl Anthony Towns. I'm like, dude, just play man ball and go up and like in the paint and get a bucket. And he couldn't do it, and things fell apart. And then, in the first part of his career, he's, shooting all these threes, and then he's the self-proclaimed best three-point shooter. And I'm like, what are you talking about, man?
Yep.
He doesn't show up for the post-game presser. I'm like, bro, this is it's bad look all over the place.
Your image is everything, man. How you present yourself. And
just show you got some balls, man. That's really it.
Yeah.
Honestly.
I think, because when it comes to the playoffs, you can have a better game plan. You can have the better team. You got to be an alpha. You got to be a dog. You got to be able to take over when the other team knows you're doing it. That was the question of this team to me. Right. I mean, when it comes down to the last 2 minutes and it's tied, and Tatum has the ball, and then Luke has the ball, and then Brown has the ball, and then Kyrie has the ball, who do you trust more?
Yeah.
Not even Dallas sports fan aside, I think most people outside of Dallas would still be like, yeah, I'll take Kyrie and Luka closing the game over Tatum. Now, he could prove us wrong.
Right.
It's coming up June 6th. If he wants to put the world on notice and light up every game, cool.
Now,
but I just don't see it happening.
But conversely, I mean, if we're talking about Boston, now I think they do have that guy, but it's Jaylen Brown. It's not Jason Tatum.
I was going to say it was Derek White. Bald assassin. Maybe the best player in the NBA. I mean, funny story. I once got a girl's number because of Derek White.
Oh, to explain.
I was flirting with a girl over Instagram DMs.
Sure.
And she said,
naturally.
Yeah. And we were going back and
doing
forth.
that currently.
And she was a Boston fan. And I said, if Boston wins this game, this was game 5 or 6 in the playoffs last year, you got to give me your number. Because we were going back and forth talking, but I was like, let me get your number. She's like, okay, if they win. Miami's winning. And that was I think it was like, I can't remember who shot it. Somebody shot the ball. It was Marcus Smart. Marcus Smart on the left wing shoots a terrible 3, and Derek White gets the putback layup to win it in regulation. It ends up Boston winning. I sent her the Jason Tatum winking gif.
How'd that work out?
Still got her contact.
Did the date actually happen?
Well, she lives in Chicago.
Oh, it's hard.
So, but should
have invited her to Aruba.
I know. I get nervous. Will get nervous. You don't want to ruin it because she also is in the broadcasting world. Very beautiful.
Oh yeah.
If she's listening.
I'm excited about this break to check out who we may be talking about here.
But yeah, shout out Derek White because it's just a great story. I'll show you the DMs, and then we're still friends, still follow each other, but we wouldn't be here without Derek White. That'd have been my chance. That was my one get in, and Derek White saved
Invite him to the wedding.
Is that Derek White? I want to marry him. Did you see that guy that had Bryce Harper ask his girl to prom? So he wanted to ask his girl to prom, young kid, and he had Bryce Harper, I guess his parents.
I would hope so. Otherwise, that'd be real weird.
Apparently, he has some connection. Either way, this young man and Bryce Harper are at this girl's door, and they knock on the door, and Bryce is like, will you go to prom with Jason? I don't remember his name. And she's like, oh my God, of course. And then she goes and hugs Bryce and Harper. Move. Like, is that a W or an L? Like, of course she's probably going to say yes because she wants the hug from Harper. What do you do after? Like, did you really say yes because you want to go with me?
It's a results-driven business, Blake.
Don't even worry about what would happen if Harper wasn't there?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll work on that later.
I just, in the back of my head, I'd be like,
oh, remember this.
What if Harper wasn't there?
It's all about getting the conversation started.
Yes.
That's all it's about.
Yes.
That's all you need. It should be all you need. Then it's all on you.
So would you bring a celebrity to help you ask out another person? What if you were like 15?
Oh, yeah. God. When I was 22, I would have done that.
I think it's not
a big difference between Will at 15 and 22 than Will in his 40s.
I think it's not the worst thing that could happen.
No.
Well, that was my Derek White and Bryce Harper story.
Well, that's good. That's good. I'm glad everything has worked out.
Someone asked, Blake, does listening on Memorial Day give me extra rewards point on the Tolo Plus membership? Yes, it does. You have just been upgraded to a Tolo Platinum member. I want to make sure I get your number right. There's a lot of numbers getting sent in. That is from the 817. You are now a Tolo Platinum member. So I appreciate you. You have been upgraded.
It's kind of hard to decipher in between the person that is just lighting me up in effigy now for some reason because apparently my mea culpa on Kyrie was not enough.
What does mea culpa mean? What does it derive from? I think I know what it means. So where does it come from? Is more what I'm asking.
Latin.
Okay. I think I'm gonna do
basically admitting that you're wrong.
I'm gonna do a segment on it this week. Old lingo, like deriving from, like words that we use and phrases. Where did they really derive from? I think that'll be a fun segment.
Et al. Is another one you could say, like Kyrie, Luca, et al.
What does that mean?
And like everybody else.
Or we could say another Latin thing that we throw around a lot. So, are the Cowboys really all in? Which we've discussed ad nauseum.
Ad nauseum.
Ah.
Look at us.
Not today.
We're Latin folk.
No doubt. It's all Latin derivative.
We're keeping Latin going.
All right. Does Latin make an appearance in Blake It or Leave It?
Yeah, no Latin in Blake It or Leave It, but some fun stuff, especially talking about where would you want to spend your birthday? Coming up next.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, the entire morning family is back together again.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Back to the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. The upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Great thank you to you, Ross Lubinsky. Terrific work today.
I think you should just keep it at you, not even Ross. Thank you, you. I got to give a shout out.
You.
The fan text has been awesome. 877-881-1053. Text in because you'll want to do this for Blake or Leave It. But the 817 said, over the last 2 years, I've listened to y'all every day after school. 1 hour a day. Love the show and team coverages. That equals 187 hours a year. Then averages 2 hours for the other 158 days. That equals 316 hours per year minimum. So at least 500 plus hours per year.
It's a lot of numbers you're throwing at me.
Platinum status
That
here?
is-
I'm learning
I mean,
about the Tolo membership
Is
here.
that diamond at that point?
That's getting close to diamond membership right there.
That's some
Now,
serious status going on.
If you want to be a Founders Club member, you have to be a 5-year plus Tolo Plus member. Not many people are in that range if you want to be a Founders Club member. Actually, we might even bump it up to 10 years. 5 years will probably get you platinum. 10 years is Founders Club. But that's for another day, for another time.
If we only had more time to discuss the perks of the status member and the tiers here, the G-Bag Nation Memorial Day edition with Blake Elliott
And
Will
remember,
Chambers one final time.
It's not monetary. Let me make that sure. It's a mindset. Not monetary mindset. Do not send us money. It's a mindset, guys, if you want to be a Tolo Plus member and where your membership ranks. But for now, we got one final segment to get us out of here, Will. It's been a great show. I don't think we've done a Blake It or Leave It yet.
I don't think so. That's where I need it almost explained to me.
Yes, I will do that. So I have to make sure I'm very careful with the rules because one time I explained this and someone said, Blake, there's been top 10 lists before. You're not original. It's going to be a list of 10 things in a category. 10 of these things we'll be looking at. 5 of them you get to Blake, which means keep. The other 5 you do not get to keep. So it has things like your favorite ice cream flavors. So you would pick your favorite 5. The other 5 you might enjoy.
You have to do away with.
You have to do away with. So you either Blake it
Or leave
slash
it.
keep it or
Okay.
leave it. Pretty simple. Okay, so for the first list, let's do top 10 places to spend your birthday. Came up with this in the last break. So if I spelled anything wrong, let me know. I'm known to do that, prone to do that. Carpe diem.
It's looking pretty good so far.
Okay, first thing on the list, the beach. Number 2.
That's A1.
Number 2, golf course. Thought about you with that one.
All right.
Number 3, a sporting event. Number 4, at work. Number 5, at home. Number 6, a nice restaurant. Number 7, a dive bar. Number 8, the club. Number 9, an arcade. And number 10, a museum/aquarium/ kind of sightseeing, kind of, looking at something. So the way this goes, we'll kind of walk the Tolos through our thought process of what we want to eliminate, what we want to keep, hear what they got to say, and then we'll go from there. So what is the first thing on here that you have to keep in the 1A spot? The beach? Okay.
Not even remotely close.
Okay.
Everything else, which, I mean, there's things on here that I like, clearly. I mean, I'm here, coming straight from the golf course.
Yep. I'd
rather be on a beach than anywhere else.
Okay. I'm going to go with my number one spot. If it's my birthday and all these things are laid out in front of me, what I'm picking first, I'm going to go sporting event. Especially because I'm in October. So is there what sporting events are happening in October? That's like World Series time, right? Or that's at least
October, yeah.
Yeah, that's playoff baseball. Yeah. Take me there. I'm there. That's in the 1A spot for me.
Ross?
I mean, I got to say the same thing, Will. I mean, it's beach and it's not even close.
By the way, sporting events eliminated.
Yeah,
for me.
no, get rid of that because my birthday so many years ago was when, oh God, I'm forgetting his name, but Texas lost to Cal and Jared Goff on a missed PAT on my birthday. And from that day on, I'm like, you know what? Maybe I just don't play sports on my birthday.
Yeah. I don't need, my birthday's at the end of May. Like if Kentucky basketball played on my birthday, it goes one of two ways. Plus, there's so much sports in my life. I'm like, my birthday's just something different. Something different.
I'm getting distracted.
Now, it could be also some things like golf tournaments. Like, I love going to golf tournaments. That on my birthday, we actually did that, the Nelson, years ago.
Yeah.
That was actually pretty awesome.
So you eliminate it, though. You can't go to any sporting event on your birthday. You get invited, you're not allowed to go. It's all
okay.
I'm going to go to nice restaurant in the 2 spot. I'm all for a nice restaurant. I'm loving the Mario Kart music in the background as well.
Yeah, I thought the same thing when I started listening to this group.
I feel like I'm on Rainbow Road right now.
It's some Wii Sports ass music.
I would have the... It really
I feel
is.
like I'm playing Wii tennis right now.
By the way, where are you getting these? Because are they in the earlier one, like in hour one we had, I felt like it was in the Matrix, which is pretty good. But it was like different from anything else that's ever been played while I've been on the air. I've been here 4 years.
Well, that's thanks to your favorite DJ, Raw Dog the Home Wrecker, but that was some Daft Punk. That's defunct.
Ross is on one right now.
Raw Dog the Home Wrecker.
You can probably piece together why I got those 2 nicknames combined into one.
Shout out to the 214 Jagon. Today is my birthday, so I'm going skiing. I love skiing.
Raw Dog the Home Wrecker is in the Pimp Cup. I love it. My
Happy
number
birthday,
2 spot
Jagon.
is Dive Bar.
Same. I'm going to say the exact same thing. Nothing like a great old dive bar with you and your closest buddies, just
owning the jukebox or the touch tunes.
I'm gonna agree with that one. I'm gonna go dive bar, and
yeah.
I don't want to put this answer, but I have to be honest. I've gone to the club my last 2 birthdays. I'm assuming now that I'm 24, it'll probably start dying down. But I would be a hypocrite if I didn't put the club on there, and we don't want to be that. We're honest here.
I'm a big museum guy.
Yeah, same. We're in the same boat. Museum.
That takes the 3 spot.
What are you eliminating? What's another one that you could care less about? You done sporting events out of there?
Well, at work. What are we doing here?
Now, the
club. I mean, I'd rather put my hand or my arm into a
Where's this going?
A running blender than go to a club on my birthday.
I feel that.
That may have been different 20 years ago, but right now.
Now, can I explain why I put at work? I used to be a server and have served, and that was always big money. You have the
okay,
little,
yeah.
Make the money on your
just
birthday.
drop them today is my birthday.
And boom, you're coming home with $500, $600, $700 that day. So I was always a proponent of working on my birthday. What?
What restaurants were you working at, my dude?
Steakhouses. So
I worked at steakhouses too a long time ago, but I was making. I had a good night, be like $150 to $200.
Economy now. The prices. I mean, that's the price of a steak nowadays.
That's true. That is very true. All right, I eliminated at work sporting event, and club, and then I don't mind being at home, but I mean, just because the other ones, I'm at home and I really like arcades. That was a different one too. I like going like when I would take my niece and nephew or go with them when they had birthday parties and going up to like a pin stack or something, or a Dave and Buster's kind of deal. Kind of in on that.
Yeah, you're for that.
But I'm good, obviously, with a golf course, nice restaurant, dive bar, and museum. But this all pales in comparison and way behind the beach.
Okay, so you got beach, dive bar.
I want to be at a beach right now. I want to be at Rosemary Beach in particular. Which is pretty random at the moment, but if you know, you know.
Okay, let's run through the top 10 ice cream flavors too. You want to do that? Or is there? Oh,
yes.
wait, have you finished this list? Wait. Recap this list.
Well, I don't know. Ross is a little behind. Yeah, we have to
recap this one. So I'm getting ahead of myself.
So, Blakett Beach.
Yep.
I'm gonna go then with dive bar.
Yep.
Then we'll go museum aquarium. That's 3.
Yep.
Leaving sporting event. Cannot leave it enough. Nice restaurant. No, arcade, and then nice restaurant. Because I'm telling you what, if I go to
ours
an arcade,
is pretty much almost the same.
If I go to an arcade and they've got Guitar Hero, it's game over.
Yeah. So nobody picked at work. Nobody picked at home. And
who would pick at work outside of your weird little scenario?
Okay, what about at home? Do you think that's a strong pick? Or is that just like you're getting too
Well,
old?
it depends on who you're at home with. One,
True.
and then it is kind of an older,
Okay, I got a question for you. Since we're filling in for the G bag, how are the rest of the G baggers answering this? You think? Just summarizing. You don't have to give every single one. Like where do you think Gavin is? What do you think his 5 is?
Gavin's at home. That's his A1.
Is he a golfer?
He plays. I played with him before.
Mm-hmm.
It would not be a sporting event. He'd be like at home, at work.
He's picking at home, at work. The ones we didn't pick.
Museum would definitely be in there.
Uh-huh.
Nice restaurant.
What about Brian?
Maybe.
What about Brian? What's Brian picking?
Brian may go probably museum 1. All right, so here's the thing. Like, if you merge like the nice restaurant and dive bar,
yeah,
because like Brian knows his food and good food, and you can go to these dive bars that have outstanding food.
Agreed.
And Brian would know the ones to go to. So I mean, the dive bar could be an A1 for Broadus, depending on the type of fare that would be there.
What's he eliminating? What's he not doing?
He doesn't want to be on a golf course on his birthday, I don't think. I don't know what he would eliminate. I don't know of anybody that spends more time at work too. I mean, he works
24/7.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I know he's eliminating a club.
Yeah.
He ain't going to a club.
Okay.
I don't see arcade.
Mm-hmm.
Museum, aquarium, maybe not. Like I said, I think what brought us like that combo restaurant dive bar, which is not really what the. And then beach, I don't know. I just think beach in general would be for anybody. Oh, I have an update.
What you got for us?
From Brian Broadus.
Coming in hot.
Yeah, all right, there it is. Dive bar playing games. See? Thought so. And the playing games, too. That is another element of the greatness of dive bars.
Well, how'd you enjoy
I'm a gamer.
Your first Blake It or Leave It?
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. Screw that ice cream. Who cares? That was fun. I'm trying to figure out, too, the G-Bag. Like, and now I'm thinking about, what would Chiafalo and Wolchuk do?
Yeah.
Where would they be going?
What's their answers? If you're listening, guys, you can text in those, please.
Go Stars. Huh?
Let's go Stars.
Let's go. Let's get that.
Let's go Stars.
It's going to be a tough one tonight. Connor McDavid and, Draisaitl at home. First game at home in this series. Let's go. Great defense. Enjoy it. And thank you all to Served.
This nation is growing, and it's thanks to you. Let your friends know that the hottest afternoon show in town is G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.